All rise for the jury. All right, we're going to go on a record. It is January 24th, 2023. We're on the case of State of Wisconsin versus Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. So have the appearances, please.
Good morning, Your Honor. The State of Wisconsin appears by Special Prosecutor Robert Jamboys, Deputy District Attorney Carly McNeil, and Public Service Special Prosecutor Beverly Jamboys.
Attorneys Bridget Krause, Jeremy Perry, and Mackenzie Renner appear on behalf of Mr. Mark Jensen, who appears in person. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. The jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for coming on time, folks. We're still in the state's case in chief with that. Who's your next witness, Mr. Jamboys?
Dr. Mary Mainland.
All right, let's have her come up.
Judge, before Dr. Mainland starts testifying, I just, and I mentioned this at the end of yesterday, I do want to, I've marked exhibits 80 and 81. They're the transcripts that correspond to the telephone calls that were played for Defense Exhibit 72, and I'd like to admit those into offer those into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 80 and 81 are received. Doctor, raise your right hand. I'll swear you in. You solemnly swear the testimony is meant to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Get as close as you can to the microphone. And if you could spell your first and last name for the reporter.
First name Mary, M-A-R-Y. Last name Mainland, M-A-I-N-L-A-N-D.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Jamboys.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Mainland. Could you please tell the jury how you're presently employed?
I'm retired.
When did you get retired?
November of 2020.
When you retired, what were you doing?
I was, well, I still am, but I was serving as a medical examiner for Hillsborough County in Tampa, Florida. So by profession, I'm a forensic pathologist.
Exhibit S82. And I want to ask you some questions about that.
Yes, sir.
What is Exhibit S82?
This is a copy of my curriculum vitae, also known as a resume.
And how current is this curriculum vitae?
I think I updated it in October of last year.
So any changes since October of last year?
No.
So can you first of all tell the jury about your education?
Sure. Starting with college, I received my bachelor's degree from the University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. I went to medical school in Milwaukee at the Medical College of Wisconsin, received my MD degree there in 1995. After that, I did a 5-year residency in anatomic and clinical pathology, also in Milwaukee. Following that, I did a 1-year fellowship, which is specialized training, in forensic pathology in Richmond, Virginia.
So you have a Doctor of Medicine,
Yes, sir.
and are you board certified in any specialties?
Yes, I'm board certified in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
Now, can you tell the jury what the difference is between an anatomic pathologist and a forensic pathologist?
Sure, when you think of a pathologist, you're probably most likely thinking of an anatomic pathologist. Those are the doctors who work in a hospital or for a hospital. Say you have something, you go have a biopsy of something. The pathologist is a person who actually looks at the tissue, reads it, and determines if there's disease there, and if so, what type of disease. So, you know, if you have a breast lump or a colon cancer or whatever, that's what a pathologist deals with. Forensic pathology is a little bit, it's very specialized. It goes into kind of where medicine meets the law. There are certain types of deaths in the entire United States that are specified by law that need to be investigated. When you are born, you get a birth certificate. When you die, you get a death certificate. And these certain types of deaths can only be signed, certain death certificates can only be signed by somebody who is legally allowed to. So this would be a forensic pathologist, a coroner, you might have heard the term, a medical examiner, somebody who has that special training and permission by law. So practically speaking, a forensic pathologist does a lot of autopsies and determines cause and manner of death.
So when you're looking at, can you tell the jury what the difference is between a cause of death and a manner of death?
Sure. The cause of death is pretty simple. The cause of death is either a disease or an injury. It's what killed the person, you know, so gunshot wound to the head, breast cancer, you know, stomach ulcer, whatever. The manner of death is more like the how. There are 5 different manners. There's natural, which is the most common. Most people die a natural death. Then there's suicide, homicide, accident, and finally undetermined. And, oh, I'm sorry.
No, so then I'm going to ask you some more questions then about your employment history. So after you served your fellowship, in which office was that you served your fellowship?
Richmond, Virginia.
Okay, and how long was that fellowship?
A year.
And when did you complete your fellowship in Richmond, Virginia?
In 2000.
And so what did you do after completing your fellowship in Richmond, Virginia in 2000?
I returned to Milwaukee, to the Milwaukee area, and my first job was at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office, and I was employed as an assistant medical examiner.
And what did you do as an assistant medical examiner at the Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office?
Mostly, as I was describing to you, autopsies in order to determine the cause and manner of death.
Now, when you're looking at the manner of death, determining whether it's a homicide, a suicide, accidental, natural causes, or undetermined, what are the factors that you look at outside the autopsy?
Well, there are so many. It's just like when you go to a doctor, you know, the doctor doesn't jump in and start listening to your heart and lungs right away. The doctor will ask you, hey, you know, what's going on? Is there a problem? What's the problem? How are you feeling? What is there pain? What's the pain like? You know, does it get better? Does it get worse? So that's called taking a history. The doctor takes an extensive history, usually. And so for a forensic pathologist, we obviously can't take any kind of history from the body. So we we rely on reports from friends, neighbors, family, witnesses, police records, medical records, et cetera. So we'll, we'll use all of that stuff in some cases in order to help figure out how did this person come to be found dead, and ultimately what killed this person and how.
Now, which comes first, the autopsy or that other analysis of the evidence that was accumulated during law enforcement's investigation?
Well, ideally, it would be all the evidence first and then the autopsy, but it doesn't always work out that way. Sometimes it takes a while to get information.
So how long did you work at the Milwaukee County Medical Examiner's Office?
3.5 years.
Do you have any idea how many autopsies you did in that 3.5 years?
About 250 a year.
250 a year.
250 to 300.
And how many did you do when you were serving your fellowship in Virginia?
241. I'll never forget.
So 241 in that first year, and then 250 to 300 a year thereafter in Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office?
Yes.
And you worked there 3.5 years?
Yes.
And then when you left the Milwaukee Medical Examiner's Office, where did you go?
I went to Kenosha, Wisconsin.
Ah, right where we're at today.
Been in this courthouse.
And when you came to Kenosha, how were you employed?
I was the medical examiner for Kenosha County.
When did you start here?
In February of 2005.
And how long did you stay here?
3.5 years.
So when did you leave?
When did I leave?
Yeah, when did you leave?
I think it was like in about the summertime of 2008.
And then where did you go after that?
I went to Tampa, Florida.
And you've been working in Florida until your retirement?
Yes.
So when you were working for the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office, as the Kenosha County Medical Examiner, how many autopsies did you perform each year in that capacity?
It's hard to remember. I've broken it down, but probably under 200 a year at that time.
And when you were working as the Kenosha County Medical Examiner, did you also take cases for other counties at that time?
Yes.
So when you were doing about 200 a year, some were for Kenosha County and some were for other counties?
Correct.
And when you left the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office, when you went to Tampa, what was your job title when you arrived in Tampa?
I started out there as an associate medical examiner.
And how long were you employed as an associate medical examiner?
About 3 years.
And in that first 3 years that you were working in Tampa as an associate medical examiner, about how many autopsies a year would you perform?
A good 200.
200 a year?
Probably more than that, probably about 250.
And then after you'd been the associate medical examiner for 3 years, what was your next job title?
Deputy chief medical examiner.
And how long did you serve as deputy chief medical examiner?
A little over a year.
And then what was your next job title?
Chief medical examiner.
So chief medical examiner for Tampa, Florida.
Yes.
How big a city is Tampa, Florida?
Well, it's about the size of Milwaukee. The county is Hillsborough County, so the Tampa office is responsible for the surrounding county, Hillsborough County. And I would say Tampa and Hillsborough County are pretty comparable to Milwaukee and Milwaukee County. Maybe a little bit bigger, probably somewhat bigger by now.
So, and how long do you serve as chief medical examiner for Hillsborough County?
6 years.
And what was your next job title after serving as chief medical examiner?
I stepped down to become a deputy chief medical examiner.
And why did you do that?
I could see my retirement coming up, and I knew I had like a couple years to go, and I wanted the next person in line to be prepared, for the chief job. I also wanted to go back to what I really liked doing, which was doing autopsies. And as chief, you don't get as much of an opportunity.
So when you were chief medical examiner for 6 years, how many autopsies did you do then?
Probably less than 100 a year. Well, no, less than 150 a year.
But you also reviewed the work of other other associate medical examiners?
Yes.
And how many medical examiners altogether worked in that office?
At that time, there were 5. There are 6 now.
So you did your own autopsies and you reviewed the work of the autopsies of other forensic pathologists that were working for you?
That's correct.
And as deputy, when you went back to being deputy medical examiner again, how many autopsies were you doing in a year?
About 200.
And you said you served as deputy medical examiner for about 2 years?
Yes.
And then what did you do?
Then I retired.
And since you've retired, you haven't done any autopsies?
No, I haven't.
But you reviewed cases for other parties?
Yes.
Altogether, do you have an estimate of how many autopsies you did in the course of your career?
Just a little bit shy of 4,000.
Now, you did not perform the autopsy on Julie Jensen, did you?
No.
You started in February of 2005,
Correct.
and you knew that Mark Jensen had been charged with murder of Julie Jensen since March of 2002.
Correct. I learned that.
So when you came on board as the medical examiner for Kenosha County, were you asked to review the case and the circumstances pertaining to Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
Were you given any directions, or were you just simply asked to review it?
I was asked to review it and give an opinion as to the cause and manner of death.
So tell the jury what you did when you were reviewing. What did you look at when you were evaluating, trying to determine the cause and manner of Julie Jensen's death?
Well, I looked at everything I could, everything that was provided to me, including medical records, scene investigation, police reports, various interviews of witnesses, et cetera, et cetera. I, of course, reviewed the autopsy findings and the toxicology findings. There's probably more that I'm not remembering at the moment.
I'm going to show a document that was previously submitted as a part of Exhibit S10, and this is the autopsy report for Julie Jensen. Now, as indicated, that had been previously admitted into evidence. Looking at this report, do you recall reviewing this report?
Yes.
And this is one of the documents that you examined during the course of your evaluation of this case?
Yes.
And you said you also looked at other records that were maintained in the medical examiner's office?
Yes.
Did that include autopsy photos?
Yes.
And you said you also examined police reports?
Yes.
Did that include crime scene photos?
Yes.
Now, you've testified twice before about the death of Julie Jensen. Is that true?
Yes.
The first time was at a hearing in August of 2007,
Correct.
and then the second time was at a hearing sometime in January or February of 2008.
At the trial, yes.
And now, at the time that you testified at the first hearing, you're looking at one set of, one body of information, but by the time you testified at the second hearing, you'd come across, or you'd been made aware of an additional body of evidence. Is that true?
Yes.
So let's talk about the body of information that you were looking at before you testified at the forfeiture hearing, at the first hearing. So at the first hearing, tell the jury the things that you remember looking at before testifying.
Pretty much everything I've listed, witness statements to exclude the new witnesses who came forward after the hearing. Witness statements toxicology findings, autopsy report, police report, interviews, I believe some phone conversations between the defendant and others. And again, I'm probably leaving something out.
Well, if so, we'll go through it. So
Right.
you looked at lab reports, correct?
Yes.
And do you remember, as you're sitting here today, what you gleaned from the laboratory reports?
There were a number of substances in Julie Jensen's system, the most important being ethylene glycol, which is the ingredient in antifreeze.
Without looking at the, you remember which lab had produced reports concerning ethylene glycol?
There were several. May I refer to my notes?
If necessary, if that'll assist you.
Thanks. Two laboratories that determined that there was ethylene glycol in Julie Jensen's system. The first one was the St. Louis University Toxicology Laboratory. And after that, other laboratories became involved, including the Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene, National Medical Services, University of Kentucky, and even a couple more.
Okay, Your Honor, may counsel approach for just a moment?
Sure. Early morning break, folks.
Yeah.
Please don't talk about the case. Right, the jury's outside the courtroom. The issue that I see, and the attorneys can correct me, she's reviewing documents that she brought with her.
That's not the issue, Your Honor.
That's a separate issue, but
You don't have a problem with that?
I do, unless there's an indication that she needs that to refresh her memory.
Well, she just indicated that would be helpful for her to be able to do that. Let's take up this issue first that Mr. Perry brought to my attention, and that's the reason I'd asked for the sidebar. And then we'll take up that second issue.
Okay.
Okay. The first issue is that as I was doing my direct examination of this, of Dr. Mainland, Mr. Perry came over and he said that he would prefer that I not refer to the first hearing as the forfeiture hearing, and I not refer to the second hearing as the trial. I understand his concerns about the second part, I mean, referring to it as a trial, but I didn't do that. The witness did. I guess I didn't tell her not to, but I could tell her she maybe should refer to it as a second hearing. I don't see a problem with referring to the first hearing as the forfeiture hearing. So I didn't.
You think the jury knows what a forfeiture hearing is?
I don't know, but I think it's also very easy, since it has a title in it, to refer to it as the 2007 hearing or the first hearing at which she testified. I think it doesn't have to have this label on it because it does. I don't know what everyone's understanding of it, but forfeiture, I mean, people do understand that word. I don't know if they understand the legal
What if we
context.
would have said preliminary hearing?
That's fine.
Well, except
All
that'd be-
preliminary hearing?
That would be incorrect, because it wasn't a preliminary hearing.
Not capital.
Well, I'm just saying as an example.
Sure, I understand.
I mean, I don't think 9 out of 10 people in this courtroom know what a forfeiture hearing was. It was so unique at that time. I think it was the first one.
Well, it was the first.
It was the first one in the state of Wisconsin when it was held.
It's my request. If it's, I don't know that it's such a difficult request to avoid putting the title on what these earlier hearings were, especially considering, we're really trying to avoid discussion about first trial, prosecution, all of that stuff, and just refer to it as earlier testimony and the
Well,
dates.
Mr. Jambos, just say first hearing, second hearing.
Your Honor, I will do that, so will Dr. Mainland. I will say this about the forfeiture hearing. That's what I've been referring to it as for, 15 years. So it's hard for, this is the second or third time I've referred to it as a forfeiture hearing in the course of this trial, and I have to acknowledge that Mr. Perry has asked me in each of the previous times not to refer to it as a forfeiture hearing. It's just, it's not like I'm intentionally trying to upset Mr. Perry. This is
Maybe
just the
we
way
could
I
ask-
refer to it as.
We could have Ms. McNeil kick you in your shins or something when you say that.
She'd be anxiously happy to do that, I'm sure. But I will.
It's hard to,
My wife from behind too, but I will try to refer to it as the first hearing and the second hearing, and I'd ask Dr. Mainland to do the same thing.
it's hard.
What's the second issue now?
Well, then you'd propose that, well, it's a problem with her using these documents and she had indicated that it would be helpful to her in the course of her testimony to review the documents that she brought with her. And let's remember, we had this discussion about what the proponent of an expert witness, what they can get in as far as hearsay, and which is really we can't. I mean, when I'm, as the proponent of the expert testimony of Dr. Mainland, I can't seek to admit hearsay evidence through her. The defense can on cross, but I can't on direct. And I think we all recognize that at some previous hearing in this matter. And of course, that's what the law of the land is in the state of Wisconsin. So some of these prior reports have been, there's been testimony and it's been admitted in evidence. The reports that Joe Crafassi prepared at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab, that's been admitted into evidence. And so she could testify about that, and it wouldn't be a problem. The State Lab of Hygiene test report has not been received into evidence, nor has the NMS report been received into evidence. So I'm going to ask her about those reports, but I'm not going to offer them into evidence. And though it's common for a forensic pathologist, of course, to rely upon forensic toxicology reports that from outside laboratories. It's done all the time. And in the state of Wisconsin, a forensic pathologist can testify at a trial about the cause and manner of death based upon outside forensic toxicology lab reports, because there's a Wisconsin Supreme Court decision that says so. I forgot what that is. I'm sure Ms. McNeil is probably looking it up as I'm speaking, but there is a Wisconsin Supreme Court case that expressly says that forensic pathologists can testify about lab reports, or at least base their opinions upon lab reports.
The only issue I had, and if she's looking at reports that she brought, I don't know if the defense has an opportunity to know what she's looking at.
Well, I'd be happy to have Dr. Mainland
I'm just trying to do a record, because obviously we're on Jensen 3.
Yes. We don't.
And the lawyers understand what I'm saying.
Yes.
So
We
if
don't
she's
want-
looking at something and then it's not part of the record,
I'd like a brief opportunity to see what she has with her.
all right.
I don't have a problem with her testifying, with the exception of course, testimonial things that we've talked about.
And that goes for your witnesses, experts too, so.
That's right. And our expert witnesses, I expect, are going to, the same standard being applied to talk about the things that they reviewed to come to their conclusions. So that's fine, but I would ask for a short time to look at what
You want to do it right now?
Dr. Mainland has.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, and just, I will say this on the record in the presence of the witness. Dr. Mainland, I don't want you to mention the letter that Julie Jensen wrote a week and a half before she died. You're not supposed to mention that. Even if it entered into your analysis of this case, I don't want you to reference it.
I'm aware of that.
And so if I ask you a question that seems like I'm asking you about that, I'm not asking you about that, okay?
Got it.
Thank you.
And I won't be asking about that either.
Okay.
Also, that includes voicemails that were left for Officer Cosman. That's
okay.
part of it all.
Okay, okay.
Okay, why don't you take a look at what she has?
I just made myself kind of a summary.
Can't read to the judge, right?
Your Honor, we don't have a court reporter.
We're ready.
Jerry?
All right, we're back on the record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. Your appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Thank you for your patience this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Malin is still on the stand. She's still under oath, and you can continue, Mr. Jambois.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to get us all oriented, I was asking you about the quantum and the nature of the information that you had available to you in advance of your testimony at the first hearing. So to that end, I was asking you about the toxicological results that you'd reviewed. So can you tell the jury about the toxicological reports that you reviewed in preparation for making a determination as to cause and manner of death in this case?
That before the first hearing, I saw toxicological results from the St. Louis University laboratory.
The St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Laboratory?
Yes.
And what was the blood test result that was provided with regard to ethylene glycol?
There was ethylene glycol in the blood, and do you want the quantity?
Yes.
At 50 micrograms per milliliter.
And then there's another one listing here, GCFD, 55 micrograms per milliliter. What's that about?
That was the, I'm sorry. See, I confused the two already. The other one came later. The GCFID was the first specimen that was analyzed, and that came back at 55 micrograms per milliliter.
And what does GCFID mean?
It has to do with the instrument and the method of analysis for these drugs. They put them through an instrument called a gas chromatograph. And what it does is it separates different drugs and different ion parts of drugs out. And then there's a thing, FID is called a flame ionization detector, and that will tell you what you have. Don't ask me any more detail, please.
But that's something that you routinely rely upon as a forensic pathologist.
Yes.
But you're not a lab rat. You don't do that kind of stuff.
No, I don't.
Okay. But then there was another test that was done later, and that refers to GCMS, and it's 50 micrograms per milliliter. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's GCMS stand for?
Again, they use the same machine, a gas chromatograph, but the method of analysis, of detection, is mass spectroscopy.
Now, so that's a pretty close, though. I mean, 55 milligrams per milliliter versus 50 micrograms per milliliter, correct?
Yes.
But, you know, there'd also been a test at National Medical Services, and they indicated what? With regard to the blood.
They indicated that the blood was negative for ethylene glycol.
And they'd also tested the urine. An NMS had also tested for urine, correct?
Yes.
And they tested for ethylene glycol.
Yes.
And they came back what?
They came back negative.
Now, NMS was the first set of tests that were done at the request of the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office. Is that true?
As far as I understand, yes.
But then at a later time, samples were submitted to the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. Is that what you're finding? Is that what you discovered when you looked through this reports?
Correct.
And do you know why the medical examiner sent these items out to have them tested at a different laboratory?
The medical examiner found some microscopic findings, particularly in the kidney tissue, that were very worrisome for ethylene glycol poisoning. And So that's why another lab was used.
So then the reports were sent to the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. You've described the blood test results. What did the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab find about the urine content?
The first test came back at 720 micrograms per milliliter, and then the second test with the GCMS came back at 549 micrograms per milliliter.
But the National Medical Service has somehow come back with nothing.
Yes.
So, in addition to the blood and the urine, what other substance or aspect or something recovered from Julie Jensen's body was tested for ethylene glycol?
The stomach contents.
And who tested the stomach contents?
For ethylene glycol, it was St. Louis University.
And what did the St. Louis University Forensic Toxicology Lab find with respect to the gastric contents?
The first test that they did, the flame ionization detector test, came back at 3,940 micrograms per milliliter. And the second test came back at 4,121 micrograms per milliliter in the stomach contents.
So, Doctor, we're going to get back to ethylene glycol a little bit, but now I want to talk about some of the other substances that were found to be present in the various systems of Julie Jensen. First of all, was ethylene glycol found elsewhere in Julie Jensen's system?
Yes,
Where else was it found?
in the liver and in the brain.
And which test was it that found them in the liver and the brain?
Again, it was the GCMS, GC mass spectroscopy.
So the gas chromatograph flame ionization detector did not discover the presence or reveal the presence of ethylene glycol in either the liver or the brain?
That's correct.
But then subsequently, the gas chromatograph mass spectrometer was used, and it found what?
It found in the liver 51 micrograms per gram of ethylene glycol, and in the brain 16 micrograms per gram.
Now, looking at all the toxicology screens that were done by the various laboratories, were there other substances found within the body of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
So tell me what other items were found in the body of Julie Jensen before the first hearing.
Before the first hearing, honestly, I don't recall if certain labs were before or after. If the Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene was before the first hearing, I believe it was.
What did this Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene find?
They found zolpidem in the blood, which is just the generic name for Ambien. They also found it in the stomach. Let's see, they found paroxetine or Paxil in the stomach. And they found, this is a long one, chlordiazepoxide, also known as Librium, in the stomach.
Now, I'm going to show these lab reports and see if that refreshes your recollection as to whether they'd come before or after the first hearing. Counsel, I was going to show these to you.
'99.
April 7th of 1999.
Yes.
Yes. So long before you started with the Kenosha County Medical Examiner's Office.
Correct.
So again, the zolpidem, which is the generic name for Ambien, was how much of it was found and where was it found?
It was in the blood at 82 nanograms per milliliter, and it was in the stomach. They measured 1.5 milligrams total.
And was diphenhydramine found anywhere?
Yes.
Where was diphenhydramine found?
That's the generic name for Benadryl, and that was found, excuse me. That was found by a different lab. That was found by AIT.
And how much was found to be in the gastric content by AIT?
113 nanograms per milliliter.
And diphenhydramine was also found to be present by NMS, is that true?
Yes, in the blood.
And diphenhydramine, again, is the generic name for?
Benadryl.
Now, was any paroxetine found anywhere within the body of Julie Jensen?
Paroxetine was found in the stomach contents and was not found in the blood.
And who found it which labs found it in the stomach contents?
The Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene and AIT.
And you also said that chlordiazepoxide was found to be present by the Wisconsin Lab of Hygiene in her gastric contents.
Yes,
And what is chlordiazepoxide?
Librium.
Now, when you obtained this information in advance of the first hearing, had you seen any reference to Librium in any of the documents that you'd reviewed?
Yes,
Do you recall seeing a photograph of a Post-it note that had been found on Mark Jensen's day planner?
yes,
And that was one of the items listed on that Post-it note, is that true?
yes.
I'm going to show you this document that has been marked previously as State's Exhibit 15. So, directing your attention to State's Exhibit 15, what is that?
This is a photograph of a page from Mark Jensen's day planner with a Post-it note on it listing a number of different items.
Well, why don't you read the list to the extent that you can read it?
Okay. Own drug supply, Nicotrol, I don't know what that says, N-O, aspirin, bottle-booze, razor blades, Librium-shells, DeFazio, Terry with an I, patches, shells, syringe, and bag hands.
And were you made aware of who wrote that Post-it note?
Yes,
Who wrote it?
Mark Jensen.
And Julie Jensen had photographed that Post-it note, correct?
Yes,
And she provided that photo, or she provided the film to law enforcement.
yes.
Now, let's talk about ethylene glycol poisoning. In the course of your investigation into this matter, Did you learn the approximate size and weight of Julie Jensen at the time of her death?
Yes,
How much did she weigh?
she was 115 pounds, I believe. This was at the doctor's office
Yes.
3 days prior to her death.
And that was her estimated weight at the time of autopsy, too, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think Dr. Chambers might have said 110 pounds. That was an estimate.
So she weighed between 110 and 115 pounds at the time of her death.
Yes.
Now, doctor, are you familiar with the toxic effects of ethylene glycol on the human body?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the manner in which ethylene glycol is metabolized by the human body?
Yes.
What I'd like you to do is describe to the jury what ethylene glycol does to the human body as it is ingested and then absorbed. I'd like you to describe what it does to the body and also what symptoms a person who's ingested ethylene glycol is likely to manifest at various stages.
Okay, this will take a little while. Ethylene glycol is an alcohol. Its structure is very similar to ethanol or beverage alcohol that many of us enjoy. When ethylene glycol is first ingested, it has the same effect as beverage alcohol does. A person will act drunk or loopy, or they could have trouble walking, they could stumble around. Depending on how much a person takes, they could have seizures, they could even enter into a coma. And all of this can happen, from about 30 minutes after exposure to about 12 hours after exposure. So that's the first phase. That's what they call the first phase of ethylene glycol poisoning. Following that, the amount of ethylene glycol in the body decreases because it's being processed by the liver. So as it's processed by the liver, it's processed into a number of other compounds, all of which are acids. The most important one for the next phase, phase 2 of ethylene glycol poisoning, is called glycolic acid, glycolic. And that causes the body to do whatever it can to try and get rid of the excess acid in the blood. So the person will start to hyperventilate. You can get rid of acid by breathing fast, by getting rid of carbon dioxide. The person will hyperventilate, and then they'll have really deep and abnormal breathing. They also can have heart symptoms. The heart can pound. It can beat fast. It could even fail. That's the second stage of poisoning, and that starts anywhere from 12 to 24 hours after the ethylene glycol is ingested. As the ethylene glycol is processed into glycolic acid and then into other acids, one of which is oxalic acid, the oxalic acid combines with calcium in the blood. Calcium's always floating around in the blood, and makes crystals. Crystals, just oxalate crystals. And these crystals tend to lodge in the kidney, and they cause kidney damage. The acids themselves also cause kidney damage. So the third stage, starting about maybe 24 to 72 hours after taking ethylene glycol, is called the renal or kidney phase, and that's where you can see the kidneys fail. And you can see death in any one of the three phases. It all depends on the dose and what kind of, if the person got any kind of therapy et cetera.
Now, during the course of your examination of this case, did you undertake to prepare your own slides of the tissue samples of Julie Jensen?
Yes,
Did you examine, for example, did you produce slides of the kidney sample from Julie Jensen?
yes,
What you do to produce a slide? What is it that you do to produce a tissue of slides?
Okay.
A slide of tissue sample.
right. At autopsy, or even in the laboratory, as far as that goes in the hospital, the pathologist will receive a literal piece of tissue, and what's done is that it gets fixed in formalin, so it's a preservative. Gets fixed in a preservative, then it gets processed. The water's removed from it, and it's ultimately embedded in paraffin wax, and it's like into a little block about the size, a little bigger than a postage stamp. That block of wax with tissue embedded is cut very thin, very, very thin, on an instrument called a microtome. And like we're talking 5 micrometers, maybe. And anyway, that tissue is ultimately placed onto a glass slide and stained so that, the structures become visible. And that's what the pathologist looks at under the microscope.
So you cut some slide tissue samples and you examined them?
Yes.
And I'm going to show you a series of photographs been marked S83 through S88. We'll go through them one at a time. So let's start with S83. And Madam Clerk, could you make sure that the television screen is on? It's on. So can you tell us what S83 is?
Yes, this is a close-up picture of a kidney, of Julie Jensen's kidney tissue, showing structures called tubules. And within those tubules, you can see one foreign body, which is a glycolic acid crystal.
So now look at the screen, if you will, up there. Can you see my cursor moving around there?
Oh, boy, I can't see it.
Can you see it? No, look at the screen up there, Doctor. Look at the one
Oh,
over there. You might be able to
that's
see it a lot
better.
better. Can you see it now? And
Yes.
Can you see my cursor moving around?
Yes,
So is this a tubule right here?
yes,
And also right here?
yes,
And then another one right over here?
yes.
And then there's one right here. And
Yes.
what is this substance inside that kidney tubule?
That's a crystal, a glycolic, or an oxalic acid crystal.
Now, and that's kind of a characteristic form there. I didn't know what sheaves of wheat look like, even though I grew up in Wisconsin. But is that oxalic acid crystals? They say resemble sheaves of wheat. Is that the description that they provide?
Yes,
So that's supposed to be what sheaves of wheat look like.
Yes.
Right there. Okay. So, and then I'm going to proceed to the next slide. And directing your attention to this slide, can you tell the jury what that is?
this is another close-up picture of kidney tubules. Okay, so and then you see kind of going diagonally across the screen in the middle, there's a tubule cut the long way. Think of the tubules as like pieces of spaghetti. So if you cut it cross-section, you'll see a round structure on the side. If you cut it the long way, you'll see like a long tubular structure.
And that's what
So-
you're seeing here, this long tubular structure here?
Yes,
And what are these white items here?
that's oxalic acid crystals.
And what is this item? What is, this is Exhibit S, this is S80. You've got them up there. Which exhibit is this?
Oh, this looks like 87.
So Exhibit S87. And can you tell the jury what this slide portrays?
Yeah, that shows the kidney from a little bit farther away, so you can see more of the tubules, and you see that a number of them have crystals within them.
So what do these crystals do to the kidneys?
Well, they clog up the tubules. The tubules are what the kidney filters blood into urine, makes blood into urine, filters the blood, removes poisons, et cetera, and so the crystals will actually clog up the tubules and interfere with processing.
Now, are oxalic acid crystals in the kidneys, are they diagnostic for any particular type of a condition?
They're very characteristic of ethylene glycol poisoning.
Can you think of anything else that causes oxalic acid crystals in the kidneys?
There's a certain disease, a certain hereditary disease that can cause that. Very, very unusual. It's called primary oxaluria.
But in this instance, there was evidence that Julie Jensen had ingested ethylene glycol.
That's correct.
So, let's talk about the amount of ethylene glycol in Julie Jensen's system at the time of her death. And then let's talk about what constitutes a lethal dose of ethylene glycol. So she had a very small amount in her blood, correct? I mean, 50 to 55 micrograms per milliliter?
Yes,
And she had a larger concentration in her stomach of, what, 3,900 or 4,100 micrograms per milliliter?
correct.
And that amount in the stomach contents amounts to about, a teaspoon or a teaspoon and a half of ethylene glycol in her stomach?
Yeah, half a teaspoon to a teaspoon, something like that.
So it's a relatively small amount in her stomach,
Yes,
even though it seems like a larger concentration. It's a concentration against gastric contents as opposed to a concentration against the blood,
Correct.
the urine. But there was a relatively small amount in her blood. correct?
yes.
Now, does that give you any information or does it allow you to draw any inferences about the manner in which this ethylene glycol was ingested, or the quantity in which it was ingested?
It is consistent with ingesting more than one dose.
So tell me what it is about this presentation that, aside from what any witness statements are, what about this particular presentation would cause you to infer that there was possibly more than one dose?
Well, you're finding, first of all, we know that Julie Jensen was alive and experiencing symptoms for about 2 days. And so we know the first we know she had ethylene glycol sometime earlier on. She felt the effects of it, ongoing effects of it. She was processing it. She was to the point where crystals were forming in her kidneys, but yet she had unabsorbed ethylene glycol in her stomach, which would seem to indicate to me that that was a second dose. She was already feeling the effects and showing the effects of an earlier dose.
So, how much ethylene glycol would a person the size of Julie Jensen need to ingest in order for it to be ultimately fatal without any medical intervention?
There are a number of different calculations out there that you can use. One of the calculations that I looked at said about 50 milliliters, but it's true that as little as 30 milliliters can be fatal.
Well, and the effect that it has on the body, I mean, the effect that, say, 30 or 40 or 50 milligrams or milliliters would have on a body is dependent to some extent upon the size of the body, correct?
Yes.
So as adults go, Julie Jensen weighed between 110 and 115 pounds. That's relatively on the small side for an adult.
Yes.
I mean, I weigh 200 pounds, and maybe a little more, but we'll say 200 for the record. A person that weighs 200 pounds would probably be able to withstand a dose of ethylene glycol, say a 30 milliliter dose of ethylene glycol, better than a 110, 115 pound person.
Generally speaking, probably.
But a person that is Julie Jensen's size of 110 to 115 pounds, what would be the minimal amount of ethylene glycol that would need to be ingested in order to produce this kind of result where she had ethylene glycol in her stomach, in her kidneys, these ethylene glycol or these oxalate acid crystals in her kidneys, and then 50 to 55 micrograms per milliliter in her blood? How much ethylene glycol would she need to ingest in order to produce that?
In order to produce that, as little as 10 milliliters. After taking as little as 10 milliliters, you can see crystals forming in the kidneys. After.
Now, before the first hearing, you had heard evidence that Julie was manifesting symptoms in the early morning hours of December 2nd, correct? In the late
Yes.
evening hours of December 1st and the early morning hours of December 2nd.
Yes.
And what symptoms was she manifesting according to the reports that you reviewed?
She was in the first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, the intoxication stage, where she's showing the effect of the unprocessed alcohol itself of ethylene glycol. So she was acting drunk.
And that was on the evening of the first and the early morning hours of the second, correct?
Yes.
And then did you hear about a phone call that Julie made to her friend and neighbor, Margaret Voigt?
Yes.
And that occurred at about 10 a.m. on December 2nd?
Yes.
And at that time, was there anything about what you'd heard about that phone conversation that would cause you to draw any inferences about whether or not Julie Jensen was still experiencing or still under the influence of ethylene glycol?
Margaret Voigt described Julie Jensen's voice as being like somebody who was drunk.
And that's a sign of ethylene glycol intoxication?
Yes.
The first stage of ethylene glycol poisoning?
Yes.
And at that point, Julie had said to her friend and neighbor, "Oof, I can't believe the effect this medication is having on me." Something to that effect, correct?
Yes.
Now, then there was information about Julie Jensen's presentation on the morning of December 3rd. Do you remember what you heard about the presentation of Julie Jensen on the morning of December 3rd?
Yes.
You can remember about the presentation of Julie Jensen on the morning of December 3rd.
She was very lethargic, very weak, and she was breathing quite heavily.
And Mark Jensen had repeatedly indicated that she was unable to get out of bed.
Yes,
Is that true?
yes.
And that's consistent with what stage of ethylene glycol poisoning?
The second.
Now, and how is that consistent with more than one dose of ethylene glycol poisoning?
The half-life, or, for the amount of time ethylene glycol remains in the body is really pretty short. If you take a single dose of it, you'll absorb it probably within a half hour or so. You'll have a peak amount in the bloodstream in about an hour, and then it gradually disappears. So a half-life means that half of the dose has already been processed or metabolized, has gone through the body. So it normally takes, after like 5 half-lives, you shouldn't really see any of the parent compound anymore. Ethylene
Where?
glycol
You wouldn't see any more of the compound where after 5 half-lives?
in the blood.
And yet she had 55 micrograms to 50 micrograms per milliliter in the blood
Yes,
at the time of her death.
yes,
And if she'd only had one ingestion on the evening of December 1st, you wouldn't expect to see anything in her blood.
that's correct.
Is that what caused you to draw the inference that she was likely to have had 2 doses of ethylene glycol
Yes,
before the first hearing?
yes,
After the first hearing and before the second hearing, you'd received additional information, correct?
yes.
So let's talk about your diagnosis, your conclusions before the first hearing. Did you render an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death at the first hearing?
Yes.
And can you tell us, after examining all of this evidence and these slides and everything, and the police reports and the crime scene photographs and the autopsy photographs, did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of Julie Jensen's death?
Yes.
What was your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause of Julie's death at the first hearing?
Ethylene glycol poisoning.
Did you make any reference to the possibility of asphyxia?
At the first hearing, I don't recall.
Do you recall saying that you couldn't rule out asphyxia?
I do recall that.
So your first opinion was that it was ethylene glycol poisoning, but you couldn't rule out asphyxia as a contributing factor.
That's correct.
And did you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty at the first hearing as to the manner of death?
Yes.
And what was your opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the manner of death?
Homicide.
Now, what was it that caused you to believe that this was a homicide as opposed to some other types, for example, a suicide?
The picture did not fit that of a suicide. The history, the circumstances, as I was explaining earlier, the circumstances surrounding the death, all these things that we take into account, did not fit the pattern of suicide at all.
So let's talk about the circumstances that you were aware of before the first hearing that caused you to believe that the circumstances did not fit the diagnosis of suicide. What were those factors that you can, if you can remember some of them?
Well, first of all, someone commits suicide with ethylene glycol with antifreeze. They're typically going to take one dose, and they'll take a large enough dose, to kill themselves. That's their intent, to kill themselves. So what typically happens is they're either found dead, just found dead, or they're found in really bad shape. Somebody takes them to the hospital, and oftentimes they die later despite, getting medical attention. So that's typical for a suicide. The amount of ethylene glycol in the blood is typically higher in a suicide case than it is in a homicide case.
How much higher?
To the order of 10 to 100, or tens or hundreds more.
So 10 times more to 200 times more.
Yes, even higher.
What else about the circumstances leading up to Julie's death were inconsistent with a suicide or more consistent with a homicide?
She denied being suicidal to her doctor. She went to the doctor on December 1st, and he specifically asked her about suicide, and she said, "No, I'm not suicidal."
Now, you also, when you're looking at potential causes or manners of death, you're also looking at homicide, correct?
Yes.
And were there factors that you looked at in this case that caused you to think that this is more consistent with a homicide than a suicide?
Yes.
So what are the factors that you looked at that caused you to conclude that this was a homicide?
There were indications that Julie Jensen was very fearful for her life prior to her death, in the few weeks leading up to her death.
She'd spoken to Therese DeFazio,
Yes.
and she'd spoken to her sister-in-law, Laura Coster, who's also the defendant's sister,
Yes.
and she'd expressed concerns about possibly Mark was trying to harm her or kill her or poison her.
Yes.
Now, you'd also learned of searches on the internet for ethylene glycol poisoning and for other types of poisoning,
Yes.
and those were on the Jensen home computer.
Yes.
Judge, I do object to the leading. I think you should ask the things she has considered without feeding it to her.
Well, Your Honor, if you remember...
Just rephrase it and we'll keep going, okay?
Okay. So what were some of the other factors that you considered? Did you consider the computer evidence?
Yes, I did.
And what was it about the computer evidence that caused you to lean toward homicide rather than suicide?
There were numerous searches for different kinds of poisonings, undetected poison, a whole lot of different categories. There were probably over a dozen different subjects relating to poisoning or death.
Now, had you also heard about any motive for the defendant, Mark Jensen, to want to murder his wife?
I was aware that Mark Jensen was involved with another woman.
He was having an affair.
Yes.
Now, had you also heard about a pattern of abuse and humiliation and gaslighting that had taken place over the preceding 7 or 8 years?
Yes.
Same objection as before, Your Honor.
Rephrase the question, Mr. Chambers.
Were you aware of any efforts on the part of the defendant to shame, humiliate, emotionally torture, or gaslight Julie Jensen in the years preceding her death?
I maintain that objection.
She can answer the question. Go ahead.
Yes.
So what were you aware of? What had you become aware of?
Julie Jensen was known to have had an affair in the early 1990s. Following this affair, pornographic pictures started to turn up at the Jensen home, at Mark Jensen's place of employment, on, I believe, on the family car, et cetera, et cetera. And there were suspicious phone calls. And it was ultimately determined that Mark Jensen was the source of these pictures and these phone calls.
So this is the factual background that you had at your disposal in advance of the first hearing when you rendered your opinions to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death in Julie Jensen.
Yes,
And then there was a second hearing. Do you remember that?
yes.
Now, can you tell the jury what happened between the first hearing and the second hearing that, well, I'll rephrase it. Do you recall whether there was anything that happened or anything that was brought to your attention between the first and the second hearing that altered your perception of what had occurred in this case?
Yes.
What had happened that caused you to alter your perception of what had occurred in this case?
Witnesses came forward, additional witnesses.
So what was the name of the witness that you can, one of the witnesses that you can recall?
Aaron Dillard.
And did you review Aaron Dillard's statement?
Yes,
Did you review the letter that he wrote to his attorney?
yes,
And did you compare the content of that letter that Mark Jensen had, that Aaron Dillard had written to his attorney to the facts in this case?
yes.
Did you find that there was anything about the facts in this case that correlated to or were supported by the content of that letter?
Yes.
So bear with me while I pull up another slide panel here. Now, in advance of the first hearing, you had gone through all the crime scene photos, correct?
Yes,
And you'd gone through the autopsy photos, correct?
yes,
So directing your attention to the screen, this is part of Exhibit S10. In advance of the first hearing, you'd seen this crime scene photo, Exhibit S10,
yes,
and you noticed a couple of things about the body. For example, you noticed the way the hand, the left arm was underneath the body.
yes,
And did it appear to you that that was a normal position for a person to roll into on their own?
I thought that was an unnatural position.
And you did learn that Mark Jensen had indicated to Detective Ratsberg that he had rolled Julie into that position.
Yes,
And actually, that position is consistent with her being rolled into that position.
yes,
Now, you'd also seen the autopsy photos, correct?
yes,
And you'd seen the autopsy photos of the rib, of the subcutaneous bruising along the rib cage.
yes,
But had you ever lined up the subcutaneous bruising photograph to the crime scene photograph that I just displayed to you?
not prior to the first hearing.
But you did so after the first hearing.
Yes,
And you did that because of the testimony of, or because of the statement of Aaron Dillard?
yes,
And directing your attention to the screen. Oh. No, I had to push it all the way. So now directing your attention to the screen. Is that the side-by-side display of these two photographs?
Yes,
And you see here the way the arm of Julie Jensen is laid out beneath her as though when she was rolled into that position?
yes,
And then directing your attention here, you see subcutaneous, you see these marks here. This is rib 2, correct?
yes,
And this is rib 3 here,
yes,
and this is rib 4 there.
yes.
And what do you notice about rib 2 here? What can you tell the jury about this mark right here?
There's some hemorrhage or bruising.
And that was not visible on the outside of Julie. It was only visible after her skin had been reflected after the classic Y incision at autopsy.
Yes,
And then there's another bruise mark here, is that correct?
yes,
That's on the 3rd rib.
yes,
And then there's another one here on the 4th rib.
yes,
And here Julie's laid on her back at the autopsy. But when you line Julie up, you line those injuries up, putting the arm underneath her, pretty closely lines up with those subcutaneous injuries to her rib cage. Is that true?
yes,
And you had noticed that before you read Aaron Dillard's statement.
I'm sorry, repeat
You had
that?
not noticed the way this lined up like this until after you'd read Aaron Dillard's statement.
That's correct.
You read Aaron Dillard's statement and you put these photos side by side.
Yes,
I'm going to direct your attention to the, I'm going to first of all ask you to look at this document that's been marked as S69.
Do we still need the photo?
No, we do not, and I'm going to take that down. And Your Honor, my wife was telling me the same thing as you were saying it, so. It's been marked as S69. That document?
yes. This is a letter written by Aaron Dillard to a Gretchen Rosenke.
And did you compare the content of this letter to the police investigation that had taken place up to this point?
Yes,
And did you compare it to the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos?
yes,
Now, directing your attention to page 3. In page 3, Mr. Dillard's making reference to a prior attempt of the defendant, that the defendant indicated that he'd previously attempted to kill Julie when he was at some conference in St. Louis. Did you see that?
yes,
And did you compare that to the evidence that you knew about in this case?
yes,
And you were aware that there was evidence that Julie had become very sick while Mark Jensen was at the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology, or I'm sorry, not St. Louis Forensic Toxicology, at the St. Louis Blueprint meeting, correct?
correct.
What was the evidence that you were aware of that she'd become sick while he was gone?
She had become ill. She had vomited from the bathroom or the bedroom to the bathroom, and
It was all over the carpet,
yes,
and there was a cleaning bill for the carpet, correct?
Correct.
And you were aware of that at the time that you first read this?
Yes.
But at the time that you first heard about this vomiting incident, you'd not heard about Mark Jensen poisoning her before he left.
No.
But this statement is corroborated by that piece of evidence that you knew about concerning this prior carpet cleaning bill.
Object to this leading.
Just rephrase it, Mr. Jambus.
So could you state whether or not it appeared to you that that Aaron Dillard's statement as to what Mark Jensen told him about trying to kill Julie while he was at some conference, was that consistent or was that inconsistent with the evidence that you'd already heard about her being sick while he was at a conference?
Consistent.
Now, in this, and directing your attention to page 4, Aaron Dillard wrote in his letter to his attorney, on a Tuesday, he took her to a doctor, and that doctor gave her a prescription for Paxil. Later that day, he gave her the Paxil as well as Benadryl, St. John's wort, Literol, and other drugs to make her woozy. Have you ever heard of a drug called Literol?
No.
But you've heard of a drug called Librium.
Yes.
And he indicated then he gave her a few glasses of juice with antifreeze in it, to make her feel better. And now you had not heard that Julie Jensen had been administered a few glasses of juice with antifreeze in it before reading this letter, had you?
No.
But that's consistent with the information that you had in this case, that she was manifesting signs of intoxication in the early morning hours of December 2nd.
That's correct.
And then he wrote, she was up jumping around in the bed and saying she was drunk. He said he took her to the computer to comfort her and show her it was a side effect of Paxil. Correct? That's in this statement?
Yes.
And were you aware if there was any evidence that would support that proposition?
If that's a side effect of Paxil, it's got to be extremely rare. I have never even heard of that.
But were you aware that, in fact, Mark Jensen had printed out information about paroxetine?
Yes.
And paroxetine is the generic name for Paxil?
Yes.
And he writes in here, the next day he went to the doctor to talk to him about her, and that doctor gave him the medicine Ambien. And now, is that consistent or inconsistent with the information that you'd already received concerning this case?
Consistent.
And he said that way she would sleep through all the effects of the antifreeze. And now, can you tell us what effect taking Ambien has on the normal person?
Ambien is a drug that helps a person fall asleep.
It's a powerful enough drug that it requires a prescription to get it, right?
Yes.
I mean, I can't walk down to Walgreens and just buy a bottle of Ambien.
No.
I need a doctor's prescription.
Yes.
Now, you'd gone through Dr. Borman's notes. Did he indicate anything at all about Julie having difficulty sleeping?
He said that Mark Jensen told him that she was having trouble sleeping and that if she could get something to help her sleep, that might help her feel better.
So the only part of Dr. Borman's notes about Julie having difficulty sleeping was the information provided to Dr. Borman by Mark Jensen.
That's correct.
And then again on page 5, he wrote, he said that he gave her some more juice, quote juice, with antifreeze, and he intoned juice when he said juice, and she was throwing it up a little. Now, before reading this, you hadn't actually heard any indication that Mark Jensen had actually given her a second dose of antifreeze. Is that true?
Yes.
But the evidence in this case is consistent with her taking more than one dose of antifreeze.
Yes.
And then he writes, Aaron Diller writes to his attorney, he said she was really sick in the morning and the kids wanted to call the ambulance and he calmed them down. He said he gave her another sleeping pill so that she would just sleep. Now,
Yes.
at the time of her death, Ambien or Zolpidem was found in Julie's body. Is that true?
Yes.
Was it found in her blood or was it found in her gastric content?
Both.
So that's consistent with the information that Aaron Dillard was providing in this letter.
Yes.
So he said he would then gave her another sleeping pill so she would sleep, and said to me he thought she would be dead by the time he got home from running around. He said he went out, kids to school, some check thing, and came home. He said she was breathing better, and he was scared she was not going to die before the kids got home, and they would force him to call an ambulance. He said she was sound asleep and very non-responsive. Is that consistent with the third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning?
Yes.
Particularly if somebody's also been administered Ambien?
Yes.
He writes here, said she was sleeping on her back and he rolled her over a bit and she did not wake up. So he rolled her over on her face with her face in the pillow. He thought that would make it hard for her to breathe, and he left her for a bit and came back and she was still alive. Now, the condition of Julie's body, the position of Julie's body at the crime scene was consistent with this description, was it not?
Yes.
And Mr. Dillard then wrote, then he got on top of her and pushed her head into the pillow and sat on her back so she could not breathe. And she died, and he went to work. Now, that last part is something that you'd not heard before. Is that true?
That's correct.
But is that consistent or inconsistent with the photo that I just showed to you and to the jury?
It's consistent.
Now, is there any way that Aaron Dillard could have obtained this information unless the person who murdered Julie Jensen gave it to him?
Objection argumentative.
I'll allow the answer.
I can't think of another source.
Well, you looked at all the evidence in this case, correct?
Yes.
And you're a trained forensic pathologist,
Yes.
a medical doctor.
Yes, I am.
You've done thousands of autopsies.
Yes.
You'd examined the crime scene photos.
Yes.
You'd examined the autopsy photos.
Yes.
You looked at all the tox screens.
Yes.
And you had not come to the conclusion or formulated the hypothesis that Mark Jensen sat on Julie and shoved her face in a pillow and asphyxiated her. You had not come to that conclusion, had you?
No.
You'd not ruled out terminal asphyxia. You said you couldn't rule it out, but you'd not concluded that she died by terminal asphyxia.
That's correct.
Now, if Julie Jensen had not been asphyxiated, the ethylene glycol on board could have killed her without medical intervention. Is that true?
Yes.
Even though it seemed like it was a relatively small amount.
Yes.
But it's only after reading Aaron Dillard's description of Mark Jensen's confession that you compared the autopsy photos demonstrating the subcutaneous injuries to Julie Jensen's rib cage to the crime scene photo showing her having been rolled into that position, correct?
Correct.
Now, if Julie had just been rolled into that position and left there and died, could have been a possible explanation of maybe positional asphyxia contributing to ethylene glycol poisoning. Is that a possibility?
Yes.
However, would positional asphyxia explain the injuries to the rib cage?
No.
She only weighed 110 to 115 pounds, right?
That's correct.
So this skinny, tiny woman just laying on her side with her arm between her chest and a mattress would not cause those kinds of injuries to the rib cage.
I probably not.
But a guy the size of Mark Jensen, 165, 170 pounds, sitting on top of his wife and shoving her face into the pillow until she was dead, that would cause those kinds of injuries, wouldn't it?
It could, yes.
Can you think of anything else that would cause those kinds of injuries to the rib cage of Julie Jensen?
Not that fits the evidence in this case.
Now, so Aaron Dillard, you're aware that he's a con man.
Yes.
But he's not a seer, is he? You're
Not to
aware
my
that he is?
knowledge.
He doesn't talk to the dead.
I hope not.
I mean, there was a television series called Medium, where I forgot the name of that wonderful actress who was a medium. She could talk to dead people. We don't have anybody in the Kenosha DA's office here that talks to dead people, do we?
Not that I know of.
Now, out of the 4,000 or so autopsy cases that you've been involved in, have you ever seen a case like this one before?
Not in the cases I've personally been involved in.
But you followed up on this case, didn't you?
Yes,
You did some research on your own.
yes,
You compared suicides by ethylene glycol to homicides by ethylene glycol.
yes.
And how many different suicides by ethylene glycol were you able to examine?
I looked at 15 of them.
And how many homicides by ethylene glycol poisoning did you examine?
Well, this one I examined directly. There were about 10 that, were public knowledge.
But you didn't get all the tox screens from the homicides.
Not all of them.
But you got tox screens from some of the homicides.
Yes,
And you got tox screens from the suicides.
yes.
What did you find in this analysis of ethylene glycol poisonings, suicide versus homicide? What did you find about, what inferences did you draw, or what patterns did you see concerning the amount of ethylene glycol in a person who died by suicide versus
Judge.
a person who died by homicide?
Judge, I have an objection. It involves 97123.
Take a break, folks. All right, the jury's outside the courtroom. What statute number did you say, Mr. Perry?
I was referring to the discovery statute, 97123. Ms. Mainland is testifying. Mr. Jamboys obviously knows what she's about to testify. He's leading her to it in terms of these comparisons, this follow-up, these studies comparing suicides to homicides. And I don't believe I have. I don't believe I've been provided with that.
The information that he's asking this expert witness about?
That's right. That he, I think, plainly knows that she's done this and what her answers are going to be.
What's the state's response?
I don't, first of all, she didn't produce a report to me. She and I talked about this yesterday, and that's when she told me about it, that she'd been doing this research on her own, and she came up with this information yesterday. So it's true, maybe I should have told them about it yesterday, but I didn't. What I'd like to do is, what's that? I looked at 971.23, or actually I'm going to look at it right now, and So let's examine my statutory obligations. We produced, first of all, they've already have her testimony from the last hearing, and of course, she didn't testify about this, but they were aware of what her testimony was going to be as to cause and manner of death. And I'm going to pull up 971.23.
Under sub E, it talks about results of scientific tests, experiments, comparisons that the district attorney tends to offer in evidence at trial, and it talks about experts. So
I mean, I didn't object to the other things that, you know, I did know about her prior testimony and the cause and manner of death opinion, didn't know about this, and I would suggest this is not a reasonable amount of time before trial. I'd ask that this be prohibited from being gone into.
do you have something in writing as to what she was going to testify?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I
Do
didn't
you have
hear-
anything in writing as to what she was going to testify as to the comparison tests?
I don't have anything in writing. I don't. I don't have a report from her. I talked to her about this yesterday, and she was indicating that the average amount of ethylene glycol on board in a suicide is 2,000 micrograms per milliliter.
Because the statute then also talks about if the expert does not prepare a statement, there should be a written summary of the findings of the subject matter of the testimony. So we don't have a written statement. We don't have a written summary.
I don't, Your Honor. What I have is what she told me yesterday, and I suppose I could have told him about it yesterday, but that's when I found out about it.
For the record, we're not going there then, based on 971.23 sub E.
Okay, well, Your Honor, at this point then, I would at least like to have her produce those notes, and I will make copies of them, provide them to the defense counsel, because it may be something that we'll go into on cross-examination of one of their experts, and it may be something we can go into in rebuttal after the defense has rested its case.
You're welcome to do that.
I'd ask that the jury be instructed to, that prior testimony as it related to her doing these comparisons be stricken and instructed to disregard it.
If I'm listening, hopefully I'm correct, we never got into the studies. She just talked about them, right?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, she talked about having.
We didn't get to the,
We didn't get
what
to
did
the-
you find, right?
I objected in time for that, but she did talk about.
Did a good job, Mr. Perry.
Thank you.
So you want me to just say, hey, don't, the last test transcript or the testimony, she said that they are tests, that's stricken?
That she's done these comparisons, that be stricken.
All right. And then, Mr. Jambois, you free to give the defense a summary of,
Well, I've got to look at it first. I don't know if she's got it with her. Let me, holding up a sheet of paper.
all right,
And I'll mark it as an exhibit.
and we'll mark it.
Break then?
Yeah, I was going to say, we're not going to bring back the jury and then tell them we're doing a morning break at 10:30. We'll just take our morning break, and then when they come back, I'll instruct them. And I just want to, on the record, that the defense is getting a copy of this report, so we're going to wait, and then we'll take our break.
Yes, Your Honor, and then I was hoping that I could do a brief voir dire of the witness about this information so that they will have that information, so that if I cross-examine their expert on it, they'll have that information, and they'll have that much of a report from the witness.
We'll do it after the break.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, let's wait for the report, because you marked it. I want that part of the record.
Okay, I am going to mark it. I haven't marked it yet, but I will mark it.
brought in the courtroom by the bailiff.
Your Honor, it's Exhibit 90. Comparison, contrast, suicide versus homicide.
Record should reflect the district attorney is giving a copy to Mr. Perry, defense attorney.
I'm giving the original and the exhibit to Dr. Mangland. Here's your original.
Okay.
There's the exhibit. I'll be asking for the exhibit when we come back.
Okay.
Okay, let's take our 10-minute break. Thank you. Tell the jury this is their morning break so they know. bring the jury back now. We're going back on the record on Mark Jensen, 2002 CF 314. We had discussed a discovery issue and a summary report that Dr. Malin provided regarding some tests that she was looking at regarding the issue of suicide versus homicide regarding the poisoning issue. You wanted to do some voir dire questions, Mr. Jambois?
Yes, Your Honor. And first, I'm going to provide you a copy so you know what we're talking about.
All right. It's been marked, correct?
Yes.
90.
All right, 90 has been marked. The defense has a copy. Correct, Mr. Perry?
That's right.
Thank you.
So, Dr. Mainland, the judge had described this as a report, but it's not actually a report, is it? It's
No, just some notes.
just some notes that you had obtained by looking at suicide, ethylene glycol suicides,
Yes,
ethylene glycol accidents,
yes,
and then undetermined.
correct.
Now, in the suicides that you looked at, the ranges of ethylene glycol that were found at the time of autopsy, and this is expressed in micrograms per milliliter, is that correct?
Milligrams per liter.
Milligram.
Micrograms per milliliter and milligrams per liter are the same thing,
Okay.
but you don't have to remember that.
So,
So this is comparable to the units that Julie Jensen's blood, the
So-
reports
okay.
use.
So the first one is 570,
Yes,
7400,
yes,
2640,
yes,
not determined,
not detected.
not detected, okay. 740,
Yes,
1200,
yes,
830,
yes,
less than 20,
yes,
259,
yes,
9746,
yes,
1200,
yes,
966,
yes,
4600,
yes,
not detected,
correct,
and 930.
yes.
Now, where had you found these ethylene glycol suicide autopsy reports?
These are cases that came through some of the offices where I worked, Milwaukee, Tampa. I think there were a couple in there from Waukesha.
Now, when you saw some of these autopsy reports reflect not detected or less than 20, did you examine those reports to determine whether or not medical intervention had occurred?
Yes,
And had medical intervention occurred?
yes, in most of them.
In
I
the
think
cases where medical intervention had not occurred, the results were higher?
Generally speaking, yes.
And overall, in looking at the suicides, the average amount of ethylene glycol, number of milligrams per liter of ethylene glycol was 2,072,
Correct,
which is about 40 times the amount that was in Julie Jensen's blood.
something like that.
Now, I'm not going to ask you any more about this report, but
Okay.
I'm going to ask you about why one might expect to find less amount of ethylene glycol in a homicide rather than as opposed to a suicide. And you can answer that without looking at this report and referring to this report.
Okay,
You knew that before you did this report, right?
yes.
Okay. So we're ready to proceed then, Your Honor.
Can I ask some questions about this report?
I think we should allow you to ask.
I don't have a problem with that, Your Honor.
Dr. Mainland, did you receive these autopsy reports in these cases?
Yes,
And you have those?
I have some of them,
Not all of them?
not all of them.
I'd move for production of the ones that she has, for one.
Well, first let's find out, where are they?
They're the ones from Milwaukee and Waukesha. I basically took notes from the cases, so I did not copy any part of the case file. I have a few from Tampa with
Do
me.
you have them here, or do you have them back in Tampa?
I have a few from Tampa, I believe, with me. Hang on.
I have no objection, Your Honor, to her producing the stuff that she has. I just wanted to know what she had with her and what she didn't have with her.
Whatever she has, we can produce.
I'll wait while you look.
Yeah, the, 1, 2, 3. I have 5 cases here from Tampa.
Just wait, the reporter's plugging your
Oh.
machine in.
sorry. All right, I have 5 case reports here from Tampa, and then the rest of what I have is handwritten notes taken from case files in Milwaukee and Waukesha and Kenosha.
I'd request that, would you have a problem with us making copies of those and providing you with the originals back?
Nope.
Okay, Your Honor, I request that the bailiff make 2 copies. And are these going to be marked as exhibits, Counselor?
I don't
guess
know,
we'll-
they can be.
Just do 2 copies and you can make a decision later.
Okay.
And maybe we should wait for the copying until I'm done asking questions in case there's more.
That's how you want to proceed, go ahead.
Do you have, are you able to look at these numbers with the records that you have and tell me where each one of these is from and the date of death?
Yes. I only have, as I said, 5 records with me. Actually, some of the notes, I think I can tell you the date of death.
Okay, did you receive these autopsy reports and toxicology results? Did you receive those electronically from people?
I probably looked at them physically.
They were mailed to you?
No. I did this a while ago while I still had access, physical access in Milwaukee.
You did this while you were working in Milwaukee?
No, but I was able to go and look at cases.
Okay, before you moved to Florida?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Do you have the sources for who made the determinations that these were a suicide, an accident, or undetermined?
No, I don't have the physician's name.
Do you have the reports that accompany them to support how they came to that conclusion?
No,
You just have the,
just the 5. Yeah.
for 5 of them.
Yeah.
And for those 5, you don't have the things I just asked you about.
For the 5, I have the physician's determination of cause and manner. I have the initial investigative report, and then I have the toxicology report.
Do you know which, on this list, which 5?
Yeah, the 5 from Tampa. Let's see. It would be 2 of the undetermineds. Hang on. 1. And the other 3 are suicides. Wait. No. 1 is an accident, 2 are suicides, and 2 are undetermined. Those are the cases I have with me from Tampa.
Right. Which ones on this list, please?
The 2 undetermineds, well, you see that, and they're just 2 of them. The suicides, hang on. None detected. 1 was 460 milligrams per deciliter. That's 4,600 milligrams per liter. And the last one, 930 milligrams per liter.
And the rest you have no details on with you.
I don't have any, all I have is my notes with amounts.
Which is really just reflected on this, this sheet.
Correct.
So no supporting documentation.
I have, well, only my notes. I have notes as to day of death and a little bit about the circumstances,
Okay,
et cetera.
And there are 21, if I can
Right.
do addition, there are 21 different things listed on here, right?
Yes.
And you can tell us, you have details about 5 of them, right?
Yeah, I mean, official details, yes.
Okay. I thought you testified at the start, I thought when this, you were first explaining this, that you compared suicides, accidents, undetermined, and homicides. Was homicides
yes.
a category that you had compared?
I did, but the homicides were those are from public knowledge. I have, fewer toxicology reports.
And those aren't on this list?
No, they aren't. I don't know of any other ethylene glycol homicides either from here or down in Tampa, which is where I pulled this stuff from.
Aside from your opinion about this particular case?
Correct.
That's the only ethylene glycol homicide that you think exists, that you're aware of?
In this area, yes.
Okay, so in terms of comparing, your study comparing ethylene glycol fatalities of what's seen in a suicide and what's seen in a homicide, on the suicide list, you have $15,
Yes.
and your homicide list, which isn't on here, would be 1.
Yeah, actually there are, but I don't have amounts for most of them.
You don't know the amounts?
No.
Okay. That's all I have. I think it's, there's a separate objection just simply to relevance in terms of the extremely.
That's a different objection.
That's a different objection. It's not coming in anyway right now.
Right.
I would still ask for production of those notes at this time, though.
We'll have
Your Honor, I will just say this. First of all, I think it should come in now, because now they've been provided the report. They've actually been able to cross-examine the witness about the report. They've had plenty of opportunity to discuss the report, so now the report should come in. This is normally what happens, instead of evidence just being excluded, the court will give the opposing party the opportunity to voir dire the witness. And that's what they've just done. They've voir dired the witness. So now this report, her testimony about this should be admissible.
Well, let's go make the copy. Yeah, let's try to do one thing at a time here. I mean, it is Exhibit 90, right? Is that, do I got the right number?
Yes, Your Honor. As you can see, it's not a report, Your Honor. It's just a list of her notes.
I'm going to correct myself. It is what I would consider written summary. And it's pretty small.
And
I mean, I don't want to say this is extensive, but it's pretty small.
in terms of her conclusions from it and her opinion based on this list and the list of the 5 examples that I don't have yet, and all of the other limitations to this, I think the reason that statute 971-23 talks about a reasonable amount of time before trial and gives actual deadlines for expert summaries, expert reports, is for it's logical, right? We have experts in this case that we would consult with, and we would, in order to cross-examine Dr. Mainland on this, have an opportunity to find out, okay, well, what are the stats that would compare to be able to effectively cross-examine on this. And so finding out the details of her notes of, which we don't actually have at this moment yet, of really 5 cases, and then her just numbers listed for 21 different cases, is not within the meaning of that statute a reasonable amount of time before trial. And so I would maintain the objection that I thought had been sustained.
Well, it had been sustained. I'm not disputing the fact that the court had sufficient grounds at the time you sustained the objection. What I'm saying is that there are 2 potential remedies. When there's been this kind of what I would call an inadvertent discovery violation. It was my fault. It wasn't Dr. Mainland's fault, and she told me about this yesterday. And when I got it, I guess I should have immediately notified defense counsel, and I just forgot to do that. But one of the other options, instead of excluding the evidence, is to allow the defense or the opposing party to voir dire the witness. And that's what's happened here. So I think now the stuff that defense counsel's raised here goes to weight, doesn't go to admissibility, and I think that it should be admitted.
Would you think it would be beneficial to the defense's expert witnesses to have this information prior to today's cross-examination?
Well, you mean so that they could then consult with the defense attorneys about it?
Correct.
Yeah, it probably would be, Your Honor.
I think it would be pretty beneficial, so it's not coming in on direct.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, bring the jury back.
Did we get those copies back yet?
I think he's still working on it. You got to slow me down sometimes.
Okay, so you're telling him not to bring back the jury?
I know. That's why you got to slow me down.
But I think, so we're not bringing in the jury yet, sir.
We need the copies first.
We need the copies first, okay.
He heard, he heard, he heard.
Both sides now have the additional documentation or notes regarding the comparison studies that the doctor talked about. Okay, let's bring the jury back out. Recognize for the jury. All right, we're back on the record. Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. The jury's back in the courtroom. Dr. Malin is still on the stand under oath. I just want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, there was some question about comparative studies of homicide and suicide. We're not going to get there right now, so disregard all that. Whatever was said is stricken from the record. So you can continue now, Mr. Jamwise.
So, Dr. Mainland, let's talk about ethylene glycol as an instrument of death, okay? It is effective as an instrument of death, is it not?
Yes.
What happens to a dog if it happens across a bowl of ethylene glycol on the ground and it drinks up the bowl of ethylene glycol?
It dies
And why would a dog drink ethylene glycol?
because it tastes good.
Now, at the last hearing, I had you taste some antifreeze, did I not?
Yes, you did.
I'm not going to ask you to do that again. You spit it out right if you tasted it, right?
Yes.
But how did it taste?
It was sweet.
So ethylene glycol itself has a sweet taste to it.
Yes, it does.
But antifreeze, which contains ethylene glycol, contains other things as well, doesn't it?
Yes.
What are the other things that it contains?
I believe propylene glycol, and nowadays they add a bittering agent to it.
But in 1998 they didn't.
Not here.
So, but there were other additives like things to prevent the engine block from getting rusty and things of that, rust inhibitors and that sort of thing?
I can't remember all the, I don't know all the chemical names.
But you knew how it tested when you, or how it tasted when you tested it back in 2008,
Yes.
and it tasted sweet.
Yes.
And that's what would cause dogs possibly to drink it if they found it on the ground.
Possibly.
And sometimes children would drink ethylene glycol, right?
Yes.
And there'd be an accidental ingestion of ethylene glycol,
Yes.
and they'd get very sick.
Yes.
And sometimes they survived and sometimes they didn't.
Yes.
And then there are people who ingest ethylene glycol because they want to commit suicide.
Yes.
And then there are other people who select ethylene glycol as a means of committing murder.
Yes.
So let's talk about what kind of research one would find on the internet if you were looking at potential ways of killing your spouse. What would you find about ethylene glycol?
Well, you'd find a number of the things that we talked about. You'd find about the effects and et cetera. You'd also find that it's not usually tested for at autopsy.
So from a potential murderer's perspective, that makes it an attractive vehicle to kill one's spouse.
Yes.
It's sweet tasting and it's not typically detected at autopsy.
That's correct.
Now, in the literature, if you go online and you look up ethylene glycol as a toxic substance, has the literature that was available, did it indicate what the typical lethal amount of ethylene glycol would be?
It depends. The most common number you'll see in the literature is 100 milliliters. That's an old figure that was taken from dogs in the 1930s. It's been shown that as little as 30 milliliters can kill a person.
To give the jury an idea of what 30 milliliters look like, I'm going to ask you to take a look at this. So that's a small dosing cup that came with my NyQuil. And how many different variations or markations are there on that, demarcations are there on that?
There are 2 lines. The first one marks 15 milliliters, and the second one, closer to the top, marks 30
Could you hold that up to the
milliliters.
jury so the jury can see it? So 30 milliliters is just a little bit less than what's contained, what would be held in that cup.
Correct.
And is that the amount that you're holding there in your hand, that would fit in that cup? Would that be a sufficient amount of ethylene glycol to cause the symptoms that Julie Jensen was manifesting?
Yes.
Would it be sufficient to cause the oxalic acid crystals that were found in her system?
Yes.
The amount of ethylene glycol that was found in her blood and her gastric contents and
Yes.
in her urine?
Yes.
But that amount of ethylene glycol, that small amount, 30 milligrams, or milliliters, 30 milliliters, would that be likely to cause her death very quickly, or would it be likely to cause her death over a longer period of time?
Every individual's different, but, the symptoms are the severity of the symptoms will kind of depend on the dose. Well, not the severity, the manifestation. A person could survive. I'm sorry, repeat your question, please. I got off track.
Okay, well, let's start with this. You heard Aaron Dillard's, or you read Aaron Dillard's letter to his attorney where he indicated that Mark Jensen had provided Julie with 2 doses of ethylene glycol.
Yes.
So hold up that cup, and you said that would be sufficient all at once to kill her, correct?
Yes,
So 2 doses of half that amount would be enough to kill her?
probably.
So hold up show the jury where the 15 milliliter line is.
Right where my fingertip is.
And so that's a very small amount of ethylene glycol.
Yes.
And if it were mixed in with a cup of orange juice or some kind of a juice, it might not be noticed.
Might not.
And if you're going to murder somebody with ethylene glycol, you don't want them to taste it on the way down, right?
Probably not.
On the other hand, if you're going to commit suicide with ethylene glycol, you just gulp it all down.
Object to foundation.
Why don't you just lay a foundation as to that question?
Well, if a person is going to commit suicide with ethylene glycol, they want to die from ingesting ethylene glycol. Is that right?
Right.
So what are they likely going to do if they want to die from ingesting ethylene glycol?
Drink enough of it.
To kill them
Yes.
all at once.
Yes.
Let's talk about the process of dying from ethylene glycol poisoning. You described the stages, but can you describe the level of suffering that a person who's dying from ethylene glycol, describe to the jury the level of suffering that Julie Jensen went through in the last 2 days of her life?
Especially the second and third phases of ethylene glycol poisoning, the second phase where glycolic acid is being produced and the body is becoming acidotic is very uncomfortable. I was describing how hard and deeply the person is trying to breathe in a futile effort to get rid of acid in the body. There could be some depression of the nervous system as well. First stage could cause even seizures. By the third stage, you can get pain, a lot of pain. That would involve the crystals building up in the kidneys, so you get pain from that. You would just feel misery. I guess I could compare it to a bad flu. You would feel generally weak and miserable.
So one large dose would shorten the agony and the misery, and multiple small doses would prolong the agony and the misery.
Yes.
So if a person's committing suicide, most people who commit suicide don't want to suffer, they just want to die, right?
In my experience.
So ingesting multiple small doses of antifreeze is more horrific way to die than ingesting one large dose of ethylene glycol.
I would say so.
On the other hand, it's hard to get somebody to ingest a large amount of ethylene glycol unwittingly.
Objection foundation.
Overrule, go ahead, you can answer it.
Well, I'll back up. You tasted ethylene glycol, right?
Yes.
It was a sweet tasting substance.
Yes.
But there were other tastes to it that were not so pleasant.
Yeah, there were, yes.
I mean, you've had orange juice, correct?
Yes.
And you like the taste of orange juice.
Yes, I do.
You don't like the taste of ethylene glycol that you're secretly hankering for more ethylene glycol, right?
No, I have not.
It doesn't taste as good as orange juice, does it?
No, it does not.
So if you wanted somebody to ingest ethylene glycol, and you're going to spike their orange juice with it, you'd put in a little bit of ethylene glycol and a lot of orange juice.
That would help to disguise it, yes.
So 2 small doses is consistent with homicide, but inconsistent with suicide.
Yes.
And the information that you have concerning the last 2 days of Julie's death, or Julie's life, I should say, the last 2 days that Julie was alive, is that more consistent with 2 small doses or 1 large dose?
It's more consistent with multiple doses.
And that's consistent with what Aaron Dillard's indicated Mark Jensen confessed to him.
Yes.
Now, it is true that it's unusual for a murder suspect to confess to a fellow inmate, isn't it?
I wouldn't know.
It's also unusual for one guy to get drunk and tell another guy that he's planning to murder his wife.
Well, men say a lot of things when they're drunk, but I don't think that many men talk about murdering their wives.
But in this case, you're aware that there was evidence that Mark Jensen told Ed Klug that he was planning to murder his wife.
Yes.
And he was planning to murder her with a drug that crystallized her from the inside out.
Yes.
And is that a pretty fair description of what ethylene glycol does to you?
That would be a good layman's description, yes.
Crystallizes you from the inside out, right?
Yes.
Now, and after Ed Klug came forward, you're aware that Mark Jensen undertook a conspiracy with a fellow inmate to try to have Ed Klug done away with before the trial, correct?
Yes, I'm aware of that.
And you weren't aware of that before the forfeiture hearing, but you were aware of that, the first hearing, but you were aware of that before the second hearing, correct?
Yes.
So, Doctor, just to complete this line of questioning, as you're sitting here today, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Julie Jensen?
Yes.
What was the cause of her death?
Ethylene glycol poisoning with probable terminal asphyxia.
And what was the manner of death?
Homicide.
Nothing further.
I take it, Mr. Perry, you're doing the cross?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Judge. Dr. Mainland, when you started this morning, you were explaining your kind of qualifications for going through your CV, right?
Yes.
And you started from the beginning with was it a residency?
Medical school.
Yeah, and then fellowships.
Yes.
And your experience, you talked about, you added up over the years and the averages for the years, but you ballparked it as doing about 4,000 autopsies.
That's correct.
And that's up until your retirement a couple of years ago.
Yes.
And you indicated since retirement you've done some consulting.
Yes.
Who do you consult with?
Well, I had a part-time job. I worked for LifeLink of Florida, where I reviewed cases in which tissue was to be donated. I did that for a while. I have another case with Mr. Jamboys, and that's about it, really.
Was that referred to you after your retirement?
Yes.
And that was for you to review records and see what had been done?
Yes.
And that's something you're doing just for private pay?
Yes.
Have you ever treated live patients,
Only in medical school.
like when you're doing rotations,
Yes.
but never after you graduated from medical school?
No, unless you need to discount my family.
You've, setting aside any rotation you did while in medical school, I guess I'll refer to your professional career.
Okay.
You've never dealt with patients who are alive and depressed.
No.
I guess I could have broken that up. You've never dealt with patients who are alive?
Actually, yes, I have,
You have?
but few and far between.
Okay. You don't prescribe medications unless it's to your family.
No.
You're not a forensic psychiatrist.
No, I'm not.
What's a forensic psychiatrist?
A forensic psychiatrist is same thing as not same thing, similar work to a forensic pathologist. The psychiatrist will look back at a deceased person's psychiatric history and try to determine, what was going on with them, make diagnoses, et cetera. So I guess they're also employed looking at living individuals as well.
Okay. You've never treated somebody who's ingested ethylene glycol.
No.
Now, Julie Jensen died in December 3rd of 1998, right?
Yes.
Dr. Chambliss did the autopsy on December 4th, 1998.
Yes.
Everything that he did was then turned over to the Kenosha medical examiner.
Yes.
And that person was not you.
No.
You became the medical examiner in Kenosha in 2005,
Yes.
and you stayed in that position until 2008.
Yes.
So what your role was, it sounds, correct me if I'm wrong, similar to the consulting work you're doing now.
That's correct.
So you were reviewing an autopsy done by somebody else.
Yes.
You're reviewing samples that were taken by somebody else,
Yes.
looking at photographs taken by somebody else.
Yes.
And you're piecing through the reports that have been provided to you, and you're trying to come up with something that the most consistent explanation that makes sense to you, right?
Yes.
And that's when you testify and you say the words a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that's what that really means, isn't it?
Yes.
Is this is what makes sense to you considering everything you've looked at.
Yes, you can call it an opinion.
Okay. To do your job, you need reliable information,
Yes.
and it needs to be credible.
Yes.
Prior to today, did you review all your prior testimony in this case?
Very briefly.
You testified on direct that you reviewed the autopsy report.
Yes.
Do you usually take the photos when you do autopsies?
I take a lot of my own photos. Others do not. Some rely on autopsy technicians. Some rely on law enforcement.
And the reason you take photos yourself is you want to be sure that you're photographing what you want photographed.
Yes,
And you can be, it's part of the whole report essentially, right?
yes,
Okay. You wouldn't want to, I guess you aren't doing autopsies anymore. It's a bad question. But you don't want to find out when film got developed that the picture didn't capture exactly what you wanted.
of course not.
And, film hasn't been used in a long time, right?
I used it in 2000, but it's been quite a while.
Okay, and then everything went digital.
Yes,
And in this case, these were film photographs.
I believe so.
And they were film photographs taken by Detective Ratsburg.
I'm not sure who took them, but I'll take your word.
Do you still have the autopsy report in front of you?
Yes,
It was, a paper copy was given to you this morning, right?
yes.
If you were to look at top third of page 1, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, you're talking about,
Right
Dr.
above the word
Chambliss.
personal effects.
I see that, yes.
Yeah, and it says photographs are taken by Sergeant Ratsburg of the Pleasant Prairie Police Department.
Okay,
You see
I
that?
believe that, yes.
Okay. Would you agree that it's the standard to take photos before incision?
Yes,
And the reason you want to do that is to document the state of the body as it's received by you prior to doing the autopsy.
yes,
Any external findings would want to be documented.
yes.
You haven't seen any pictures like that in this case, have you?
No, I haven't.
You're not aware that any external preliminary photos were taken at autopsy?
Not at autopsy.
And so when you're doing kind of your review of the work that's been done, a limitation is the work that's been done, right?
Of course,
And the quality of that work.
yes.
How long does an autopsy typically take?
It depends. A really simple autopsy can be completed in an hour. Depending on the findings, depending on the type of case. Multiple gunshot wound case can take days.
In all of your years of doing autopsies as a forensic pathologist, have you ever done an autopsy and then just turned it over to somebody else?
No,
And the 4,000 autopsies you've done, you've then done the investigative part of it and sent things for samples and done the follow-up work.
yeah, we do obviously have investigative staff, but I reviewed their work product.
Okay,
And
and
put it all
in this
together.
case, I'm sorry,
Yeah, I reviewed their work product and put it together with the other things that you mentioned.
by your staff.
Yes,
Okay, and in this case, you're understanding that Dr. Chambliss did the autopsy and then turned it over,
yes.
and he didn't do any additional follow-up.
I'm not aware of it.
And he was the Waukesha medical examiner at the time, right?
I think so, yes.
I want to talk about that autopsy report, which is marked, I think, as Exhibit S. It's part of S10, I believe. And that's, you have that in front of you. And it describes the condition of Julie Jensen as of December 4th, 1998, right?
Yes,
It notes that she weighed 110 pounds.
approximately.
Okay. Would you think that the St. Catherine's, where this was done, would have had a scale?
I really don't know.
Would it be in the 4,000 autopsies you've done, do you weigh the body?
All of my autopsies, except those I've done in Kenosha County, I did not have a scale.
Kenosha County doesn't have a scale.
They did not at the time.
Well, presumably, she was weighed, right?
Objection calls for speculation, just by the word of presumably.
Sustained.
It's in Dr. Chambliss's report, isn't it?
There is,
Objection, the question is vague. What is in Dr. Chambliss's report?
It's a follow-up question about how much Julie Jensen weighed.
Well, we know the report says 110 pounds. Let's move on.
Actually, it says approximately 110 pounds.
Approximately. Thank you for correcting it.
It notes only blunt trauma injuries are minor and few. Do you see that on page 1?
yes,
And at the time the body was discovered, there was little or no rigor, legs and neck and body still slightly warm. Do you see that?
I'm looking for that. Which page is that on? Oh, yeah, I see it.
Did I
That's
read
right.
that correctly?
Yes.
What, you said, what, I'm sorry, what did you say?
On page 1.
On page 1.
Now, that would be consistent with her dying approximately 3 hours earlier, correct?
It could be yes.
So if there was testimony that a first responder was at 4:35 p.m., would you ballpark her time of death as 1:35 to 2:35 p.m.?
It's, again, a very ballpark figure, but yes, it could be.
That'd be reasonable considering the description of her body at the time she was found.
Yes.
Do you see the spot in the autopsy where it notes the hemorrhage of the mucosa of the hypopharyngeal muscles on the upper back of the thyroid cartilage of the larynx near the areoepiglottic folds? How did I do?
Not bad. Areoepiglottic.
Areoepiglottic. Okay.
I'm looking for it. I recall reading that. I'm looking for it.
It's if you look at page 4 under gastrointestinal system.
Okay, I see it.
And it says there's a hemorrhage of that mucosa, right?
Yes.
That's something that is not an infrequent finding, correct?
That's correct.
That could be entirely post-mortem artifact.
It could be, yes.
Can you explain what post-mortem artifact means?
Sometimes a body after death will look as though something could look as though it's an injury, but it's not. That's the simplest way to put it.
Could happen just as part of the dying process, right?
Yes.
This description
Yes.
doesn't mean that a person was struck.
No. Not necessarily.
You could die of a heart attack and have that.
Yes.
There isn't a photo that adequately shows what this is there?
There is, yes.
Is there a description or photo enough for you to make a decision about the cause of that?
In this case, it was not.
Okay. That finding, based on the autopsy, doesn't reveal a whole lot, does it?
No.
I want to talk about on that same page under cardiovascular system at the top. Do you see that?
Yes.
It notes there is petechiae in the lung and pericardial sac.
Yes.
Can you explain what petechiae are?
Petechiae are, it's just a doctor word for tiny little hemorrhages, almost rash looking, just tiny little pinpoint hemorrhages.
And you can see those anywhere, right?
Yes,
Anywhere in the body,
pretty much so, yes.
living or dead.
Yeah, yes.
Is there anything suspicious about there being petechiae in the lung and pericardial sac?
Possibly, not always.
It doesn't necessarily mean anything.
Correct. It could be a post-mortem artifact.
Oh, that could be something that just truly just shows up after somebody's died.
Yes,
And that's a pretty common finding.
fairly.
And the pattern that these are described in, that's consistent with what you just said, right?
That it's a probable post-mortem artifact?
Yes.
Or peri-mortem? It could be, yes.
Okay. A heart attack can cause petechiae.
Probably,
Straining,
yes.
and nothing even discernible can cause petechiae.
That's true.
Find the right page. On page 3, under internal examination, under neck organs, tell me if you see that. Organs.
Okay,
It notes that the small and large strap muscles show no sign of injury.
correct.
Can you explain what the large and small strap areas of the neck are?
Yes. There are muscles, talking to the microphone, there are muscles that run down underneath the skin, run down the front of your neck. Guys can tense that up and see the shaving muscle, they call it. And then there are other deeper ones that run down either from your, from like the top of your throat or from your larynx down to your sternum, basically.
Okay. And you might find an injury there if somebody had been strangled, correct?
Yes,
There's no indication of that in this case.
no,
There'd be evidence of injury in a strangulation because there'd be pressure on those muscles, right?
yes,
Same section, you see where it says the mucosa of the larynx is normal,
yes,
the cartilages of the larynx are normal,
yes,
the hyoid bone is intact.
yes,
You might see damage to that area if there was pressure on the neck, right?
yes,
And in this case, there's no damage to that area.
no,
Talked quite a bit in direct about the gastric contents. The report doesn't actually indicate that gastric contents were collected, does it?
no, it doesn't.
It gives a description of the gastric contents.
Yes,
It indicates that there were about 660 milliliters, right?
correct.
And I think it described that it contained what Dr. Chambliss described as potatoes and pepper.
Correct.
Have you ever examined the gastric contents?
No,
I want to walk through a little bit of measurements in this case because there's been a lot of discussion about that. I can just skip to the end. Do you agree that 660 milliliters is about 22 ounces?
Sounds about right.
You testified that the toxicology report indicated that there were 3,940 micrograms per milliliter of ethylene glycol in that stomach.
Yes.
A microgram is 1/1,000,000th of a gram, correct?
Yes.
3,940 micrograms per milliliter. If we were to multiply that by 660, we would get 2,600,400 micrograms per 660 milliliters. Does that sound right?
Yes.
That's the equivalent of 2.6 grams,
Correct.
which is the equivalent of about 1/10 of an ounce.
You're making me do math on the fly. I grant that, yes.
Okay. A teaspoon is 0.166 ounces. Sound right?
Sounds reasonable, yes.
This is about 2.6 grams of ethylene glycol is about half a teaspoon.
Yes.
Okay. So out of the 22 ounces of stuff in Julie Jensen's stomach, about half a teaspoon of it was ethylene glycol, according to this, right?
That's correct.
Okay. The autopsy report notes that the stomach was distended.
Yes.
That could suggest that the stomach was not emptying properly, correct?
It's possible, yes.
And if the stomach had stopped emptying, that could extend the amount of time that ethylene glycol in her gastric contents would be absorbed into her system,
Yes.
beyond what you might typically expect with the absorption of ethylene glycol.
Yes.
Because what you'd typically expect with the absorption of ethylene glycol is what you'd typically expect in a correctly functioning GI system, right?
Yes.
And there's indication that Julie Jensen's GI system was not functioning the way it should be.
Yeah, at least at the time of death.
Now, gastric emptying time is variable in individuals.
Yes.
We have no idea about Julie Jensen's gastric emptying time.
Correct.
Gastroparesis is when the stomach doesn't empty properly for any number of reasons. Agreed?
Yes.
And that's a pretty common thing to occur even in healthy individuals.
I'm not sure how common it is, but I mean, it's knowledge.
Okay. Properly functioning kidneys, one of their jobs is to eliminate nitrogen wastes from the body, right?
Yes.
And if that's not happening, then something called uremia can develop.
Yes.
And the uremia is really just the buildup of nitrogen waste in the body.
Yes, basically.
That's something that can cause gastroparesis.
Yes.
An electrolyte imbalance, kind of the acid-base status, is something that can affect GI motility.
I would imagine so, yes.
Yeah, also meaning that can cause gastroparesis.
Probably, yes.
Now, for something to be absorbed through the lining of a stomach that something needs to come in contact with the lining of the stomach, correct?
Yes.
Our intestinal tract has absorptive cells.
Yes.
Now, peristalsis, did I say that right?
Yeah, good job.
Thank you. Is the grinding up of the food, liquid, everything that's in the gut, mixing it with digestive enzymes, and puts it into contact with those absorptive cells.
Correct.
Now, when there's gastroparesis, that's breaking down. That system isn't working, right?
Correct.
To know whether the half a teaspoon out of the 22 ounces would have come in contact with the lining of Julie Jensen's stomach, with those absorptive cells, we really need to know what the other 22 ounces are, right?
I'm not sure how that would make a difference.
Well, if it's if the 22 ounces is just clear water, that's different than 22 ounces of sludgy food, right?
Okay, I understand now what you're getting at. Yes.
Yeah, you'd agree with that then?
Yes.
That to assess the likelihood or unlikelihood of what was going on with that half a teaspoon, we really need to know the makeup of those 22 ounces.
Yes, that'd be helpful.
And we don't know that, right?
We know some about it, but we don't know the chemical composition. We know the texture, the color, et cetera.
We know the color, and we know that it, the description from the person doing the autopsy is that it contained potatoes and pepper.
Correct.
I think you testified on direct about somebody who is acidotic.
Yes.
Now, the human body maintains a slightly basic acid-base status, right?
Yes.
For somebody who's healthy, it's around 7.4.
Approximately, yes.
And when you go below 7, that's an acid, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, if there's too much acid, that's toxic to the cells in the human body, right?
Yes.
And Julie Jensen was necessarily acidotic, wasn't she?
Yes.
And we know that because she was actively processing ethylene glycol.
Yes.
And the metabolism of ethylene glycol breaks down into those acids that you talked about,
Yes.
the oxalic acid and then the glycolic acid.
Correct, among others.
And is there any way for a body that's processing ethylene glycol to not be acidotic?
If there's a significant amount of ethylene glycol, probably not.
And that's something that we talked about, that electrolyte imbalance is something that can delay gastric emptying.
Yes.
The autopsy report indicates that the urinary bladder was distended with 150 cc's of urine.
Yes.
That's a pretty typical amount for somebody to die with.
Yes, it is.
You have an indication that Julie Jensen was drinking a lot of water,
Yes.
and you referenced looking at scene photos and descriptions of the scene, right?
Yes.
There's no indication that any bodily fluids were found in the bed.
Not to my knowledge.
That would suggest that she was able to get up and go to the bathroom, wouldn't it?
Either that or she simply wasn't going.
Okay.
Or someone helped her.
Those three options,
Correct.
but it was a typical amount in a bladder.
Yes.
The small amount of soft tissue hemorrhage to the ribs.
Yes.
That's a non-specific finding, isn't it?
Yes,
That could just be congestion.
it could be, yes.
Can you explain what congestion is?
Congestion, excuse me. Congestion just means settling of blood. Settling or a collection of blood. That's all.
Is another way of saying that is that, would that be post-mortem lividity?
Yes,
So if laying face down with gravity, blood would pool correctly?
yes,
Correct? And
yes,
that's something that, that this might be.
yes.
That's something that could have happened when the body was even moved.
I'm not sure about that.
You have no idea whether it's an injury, correct?
I can't say definitively that it is an injury.
And you don't know how long it had been there.
No, I don't.
Is that something that could be a post-mortem artifact?
It could be.
And it could just be simply congestion of blood.
That's a possibility.
And you're aware that Julie Jensen was found face down.
Yes.
It could have been from bumping into something.
Kind of an odd place to get injured from bumping into something,
Well, if somebody was
maybe.
if somebody was in an intoxicated state, they could have bumped into any number of things, right?
It's possible.
So it could be an injury, could not be an injury.
Correct.
Could have happened before death, could have happened after death.
I don't think it happened after death.
That's what post-mortem finding is, right?
Yes.
Okay. The positioning of the arm in the photo, that today you said you thought it was an unnatural position.
Yes.
You'd agree that people sleep in weird ways.
Yes, they do.
And when people are on their side, an arm has to go somewhere, doesn't it?
Yes. At least one of them.
Right. The report notes bruises on the right buttock.
Yes.
That's also not a specific finding, right?
That's correct.
That could happen from falling or running into a table.
Yes.
You'd have no idea from this description how old they are.
The description would indicate they're fairly fresh.
Could have been there for days.
Maybe a couple.
The bruise on the right shin, you saw that in the report.
Yes,
That means nothing to you, right?
that's correct.
That's also what you'd say is non-specific.
That's correct.
That could be from bumping into anything.
Correct.
Also, no idea how long that's been there.
No, I don't remember. Don't remember if he described the color. But
It just, is it the location that makes you think it doesn't matter?
yes,
The report notes a superficial yellow, slightly curved abrasion over the right side of the front of the neck.
yes,
That's something that could be post-mortem.
yes,
That's something that could have happened before her death.
yes, shortly before.
It's described, I thought, as like by the shape of a fingernail, right?
Yes,
Could have been caused by a fingernail.
could have, yes.
Could have been caused by not a fingernail.
Sure,
It's superficial, meaning there's no injury underneath it, right?
correct.
That's something, I think, I don't want to misstate what you just said, that could be post-mortem, right?
Yes.
That could have happened from moving the body.
If somebody grabbed the body by the neck, I would imagine so.
If somebody moved the body and glanced the neck.
Possibly.
There were pictures at the scene when she had died, and it showed her eyes, right?
Yes,
You remember seeing those?
yes.
That's something that doesn't strike you as significant in any way, right?
The description given by Dr. Chambliss, if that's a correct description, no, it does not. It's nonspecific and common.
It doesn't mean anything to you based on his description.
Correct,
And we kind of have to go with his description, right?
right?
The same scene photos showed her nose.
Yes,
Now, it's not uncommon for people to die face down, is it?
it happens.
And if you die face down, you have the weight of your head on your nose, right?
Yes,
Cartilage is pretty pliable.
yes,
Not unusual for a nose to be pushed to one side.
no,
By the time of the autopsy, it indicated that the nose was midline,
yes.
no damage at all.
None was described, no.
I want to shift to, well, Judge, I'll ask you this. I'm going to shift to a new topic.
Let me just ask you, how long is your cross going to be as of right now? How much more do you need?
I suspect at least an hour.
All right, and you're going into a new topic?
I am.
I think it's a great time to stop. 1:15, folks, don't talk about the case.
Prosecution's last witness. I'm thinking of having our first witnesses here at 3. Does that seem appropriate based upon cross, redirect, recross?
Well, I'm expecting my redirect's going to be quite brief. Certainly not anywhere close to an hour. And you said yours is about an hour? We're going to start at 1:30?
I mean, it's,
I said 1:15.
Oh, 1:15, start at 1:15, you'll be done at 2. I'd say 3 o'clock is a reasonable
All right,
time.
so we're going to be done by 3 o'clock with this witness.
maybe.
Maybe I shouldn't ask the question.
Don't jinx us, Judge.
I'm just having a couple of witnesses drive from Milwaukee, so I'm going to tell them to be here at 3.
So let me just ask Mr. Gemblay before we go off the record.
Bob,
Is this your last witness?
It is, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, have somebody available.
yeah. But 3 o'clock's an okay time to tell them to be here? And they're coming from work, so I want to be respectful of time.
I don't want us to stop at 3 and we got nothing to do.
And there's going to be an afternoon break.
I'm just saying, is 3 o'clock an okay time to have someone here, or should I have them
I
here
think it's a
earlier?
great time.
Okay.
We're still on the record set.
All right, we're in recess. We're back on the record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Dr. Malin is still on the stand. We'll continue with the cross-examination. Anytime you're ready, Attorney Perry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Mainland, ethylene glycol is a non-volatile substance, correct?
It's, I think it's lowly volatile.
Lowly?
It's relatively non-volatile.
And what that
yeah.
means is that it doesn't evaporate easily, right?
Right.
Does it mean anything other than that?
Not to me.
Okay, not to me either. We talked about the phases, you talked about the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning on direct. And there, the theory is that there are 3 of them, right?
Yes.
And now this 3-stage theory has existed for a long time.
Yes.
A limitation in understanding the phases of ethylene glycol poisoning is the reliability of information about somebody who's been poisoned by ethylene glycol. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
When somebody shows up at a hospital and they've ingested ethylene glycol, they might not be the most reliable source for exactly when, how much, all of the factors, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
They may not.
And through kind of all the literature, that limitation is present, isn't it?
Not all of it. There are some accurate reports, but I would say in general, yes.
To extrapolate in terms of how everybody would process ethylene glycol, it's a limitation.
And I'm not quite sure. Well, I'm not quite sure what you mean.
Well,
Do
I
that-
think
yeah.
today you said every individual is different.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And I guess what I'm getting at is issues with metabolization,
Okay.
okay? And then how these different phases might manifest in any particular person.
Okay.
Do you agree with that?
Yes.
That it's not a, I guess, a strict recipe in terms of what happens when any one person ingests ethylene glycol.
Okay. Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And I think a quote that is present in the literature and has been for a long time is that metabolism of ethylene glycol has not been thoroughly investigated in man.
That's correct.
And it hasn't been because it's poisonous.
That's correct.
Okay. And aside from you drinking ethylene glycol on the stand, most people don't do that.
I didn't swallow it.
Right. There are these 3 phases, right? That's the theoretical 3 phases.
Right.
Okay, stage 1 is thought to begin, it's a pretty big range, anywhere from 30 minutes to 12 hours after ingestion.
Yes.
That's the intoxication phase.
Yes.
Stage 2, thought to begin 12 to 24 hours after ingestion.
Yes.
Cardiorespiratory phase.
Correct.
Now, the reason there's a cardiorespiratory phase is that goes back to that sort of acid base level that the human body needs to be at, right?
Yes.
Okay, and so if a healthy individual needs to be at a 7.4 pH, right?
Right.
Once ethylene glycol starts getting metabolized and it turns into those acids, correct?
Yes.
And the heavy breathing, the rapid breathing, that's the body trying to get rid of the acid in the blood.
Yes.
And that would happen while a person is acidotic.
Yes.
That's where you see possible cardiac arrest,
Yes.
issues with just heart rate,
Yes.
and then labored breathing.
Yes.
As long as the body is acidotic, would you expect to see somebody in phase 2?
That's probably the description of phase 2. I'm not sure it has a strict definition, but
Sure.
phase 2 relates to the production of glycolic acid
I
and
guess
the
what
acidosis.
What I'm trying to understand is the logic with it, okay, and the explanation for it. So the heavy, rapid breathing is because the body has become too acidic, right?
Yes,
Okay, and so it would stand to reason that as long as your the body is absorbing ethylene glycol, actively absorbing ethylene glycol in the blood, you would be acidotic.
as long as the body is metabolizing it.
Sure. And as long as it's being metabolized, it seems like you would probably be in that phase 2.
Yes, until you got through, until you metabolized all of the glycolic acid or whatever acids, other acids were being produced.
Sure. So if you had unabsorbed ethylene glycol that was still being processed by the blood, it seems like that would put you into phase 2.
If glycolic acid was being produced,
Right.
yes.
Okay. Then you talked about stage 3, and that's thought to begin, again, a really wide time frame, anywhere from 24 hours to 72 hours after ingestion.
Right,
And that's the renal phase.
yes,
And that's the whole issue with the kidneys and kidneys shutting down.
yes,
Okay. These stages can overlap, can't they?
yes,
You may have a stage that's not clinically apparent.
that's correct.
A person could exhibit multiple phases at once.
That's correct.
And the reason that you could exhibit multiple phases at once is because when you ingest something, if a person were to ingest an alcohol, the gut doesn't immediately process all of it at once, right?
Right,
And that gets to kind of some of the stuff we talked about earlier with the GI motility.
yes,
It gets to absorption in those absorptive cells.
right,
It gets to a person's rate of metabolization.
right,
Okay, and so it's not like a stomach isn't like a sink where you pull the drain and it all just goes into the bloodstream.
not usually.
Right. And so if and you might see this or even experience it with drinking alcohol, right?
Experienced what?
This idea that all alcohol isn't absorbed simultaneously.
Correct,
Okay, you could get really drunk at night, not drink anymore, and still be drunk the next morning.
you could.
And is the logic that I'm explaining, is that consistent with that?
Is what consistent with that?
Just that metabolization, rates of just GI motility, all of that would play a part.
Yes,
Genetics might play a part.
possibly.
Genetics might play a part in terms of how a particular individual absorbs and processes alcohol.
I would imagine so. I mean, yes, I know some examples.
And while we can't study, while ethylene glycol can't be studied on people, there are lots of studies about how people process alcohol, right?
Yes,
And the enzymes that metabolize alcohol would be the same enzymes processing ethylene glycol.
That's correct.
Okay. Would you agree that amongst comparing individual to individual, a person who's a chronic consumer of alcohol, that could result in the upregulation of those enzymes?
Yes,
That person would be able to metabolize alcohol faster than somebody who's not a chronic consumer of alcohol.
yes,
And the reason they'd be able to do that faster than the person who doesn't drink alcohol is because the body has adjusted that P450 enzyme, right, to be able to do that.
yes,
Okay. And so it would stand to reason if you were not a regular drinker, you would likely not metabolize alcohol as fast as somebody who is a regular drinker.
that's, yes,
I think today you testified that, well, you testified about half-lives, right?
yes,
And a half-life is once a substance reaches peak level in the blood, it starts being eliminated from the blood, correct?
correct,
Okay. And then if a half-life is 4 hours, in 4 hours' time, you would have half of what was in there 4 hours before, right?
right,
And then 4 hours later, it would be half of that.
right,
And it's thought that 5 half-lives, when you do that 5 times, you're basically down to 0, correct?
right,
Okay. And so if a half-life is 1 hour, you would expect that it would be out of your system within 5 hours, correct?
right,
And if a half-life was 8 hours, you would expect it to be out of your system in 40 hours.
yes,
The peak level for ethylene glycol, in terms of the literature, is estimated as being typically 1 to 4 hours after consumption.
yes.
I think earlier today you gave the number of 1 hour.
I think 1 hour is what I've seen more commonly.
That's the low end of that range.
Okay, I mean, yes, I have seen 1 to 4 hours in the literature.
You're aware of cases in which the peak is reached after 4 hours.
Yes,
And it's not the ethylene glycol by itself that's fatal to a person, it's the metabolization of it.
that's correct.
So you could have, and you might frequently have, somebody who's died from ethylene glycol poisoning and their blood level at time of death would be 0.
Yes,
The current reported half-life of ethylene glycol in an adult human being is estimated at being 3 to 8 hours. Would you agree with that?
I've seen 3 to 5 more commonly.
You've seen that in more textbooks,
Textbooks, literature,
and you've also seen 3 to 8.
I have seen that as well.
To know what Julie Jensen's half-life is, we'd have to know a lot of variables. Would you agree?
Yes,
We'd have to know, one, when precisely she ingested ethylene glycol.
yes,
We'd have to know how much.
yes,
And then, I mean, that would be those would be necessary points to figure it out, right?
well, we would have to know where the peak concentration is.
At what time the peak concentration was.
Correct,
Okay. And then there are all those variables in terms of her own P450 enzymes, right?
Right.
We don't know anything about that with her.
Not specifically, no.
We don't know what was happening with her gut on December 1st to December 3rd.
We know the way it ended up.
We do. In terms of her GI motility is what I'm talking about.
Right.
We don't know that.
No, we do know how it ended up. We don't know how it started.
All the examples I gave of things that can cause gastroparesis, it would stand to reason that Julie Jensen was experiencing gastroparesis, wouldn't it?
Yes.
She had an electrolyte imbalance.
That wasn't proven, but I'm sure she did.
She had to have, right?
Right.
Her body was dealing with a toxin.
Yes.
Do you still have that little NyQuil cup of Mr. Jamboy's is up there?
Yes.
$30 milliliters is what you've testified would be the amount necessary to be fatal to Julie Jensen.
It could be, yes.
Do you think that's the bottom end of what's fatal to her?
I'm not quite sure.
You think 30 milliliters would be fatal to her?
Probably.
Somebody who weighed approximately 110 pounds at the time of death.
I would say probably between 30 and 50 mLs.
The testing showed that at the time of death, she had unabsorbed ethylene glycol in her blood, correct?
It was absorbed because it was in her blood.
It was in her blood, but it was still being processed.
Right.
It had not yet, it's still in the process of being broken down into those metabolites.
Right.
In your work as a forensic pathologist, one of the manners of death that you need to consider is suicide, right?
Yes.
You would consider prior suicidal statements,
Yes.
prior attempts at suicide,
Yes.
anything indicating a suicidal ideation,
Yes.
and that would be like a comment to a doctor, a friend.
Anybody, really.
You would consider a significant history of depression or mental illness.
Yes.
You would look to see whether or not a person had been diagnosed as being depressed.
Yes.
You would take weight loss into consideration.
Yes.
In this case, you reviewed Dr. Borman's notes, I think you mentioned on direct.
Yes.
And on September 21st, 1998, you note that Julie Jensen weighed 123.5 pounds, according to those notes.
Yes.
And then on December 1st, she weighed 115 pounds.
Yes.
And then at the time of her death, it's estimated to be 110 pounds.
Yes.
Would you agree that depression and suicides can run in families?
It's been shown, yes.
It's understood that people frequently try to hide depression from people.
That's common.
The majority of people who commit suicide are suffering from depression.
I would agree with that.
You would consider whether or not a person's been treated for depression.
Yes.
And that treatment could include counseling,
Yes.
and it could include medication.
Yes.
Paxil or is paroxetine, right?
Yes.
Okay. There's an FDA warning on that classification of drug, isn't there?
Yes.
It can cause someone initially, when they take the antidepressant, to get dramatically worse initially.
Yes.
Another thing that can happen when people start taking an antidepressant is that and start feeling the effect of it, is that they can have the strength to take their own life where before they might not have.
That's correct.
There's a stigma about depression.
I would say so, yes.
There's a stigma about suicidal ideations.
I would say so.
There are frequently consequences to reporting suicidal ideations.
Yes, there can be.
There are mandatory reporters,
Yes,
and that could lead to commitment.
possibly.
Women with children have killed themselves.
Yes,
Would you agree that things can be counterintuitive with suicides?
yes,
What might seem logical to somebody who's not depressed doesn't necessarily apply to somebody who is depressed.
correct.
When you made an opinion in this case, in any of the times that you testified, you didn't have access to Julie Jensen's counseling records, did you?
I don't think I did.
You didn't know that several years earlier she had been prescribed an antidepressant.
I may have known that, I'm not sure.
I think you testified today that one of the reasons you thought this was homicide and not suicide is that a suicide would typically take a large enough dose to kill themselves.
Yes,
And then you explained and held up Mr. Jamboys' NyQuil cup that 30 milliliters is enough to kill somebody.
yes,
Did you take into consideration with your opinion information that that there had been a suicide attempt in Julie Jensen's family?
yes,
Did you ever speak directly with Dr. Borman about his assessment of depression?
no,
I want to talk a little bit about asphyxiation and the findings in the autopsy. If you saw injuries to the lips or cheeks, would that be an indication of asphyxiation?
it could be, yes.
In this case, there were no injuries to the lips or cheeks.
That's correct.
There were no teeth marks anywhere.
No,
The neck showed no sign of injury.
that's correct, unless you count the perimortem yellow mark.
There was no damage to the larynx that we talked about,
Correct,
and you'd see that if there was pressure on the neck.
you could.
Correct me if I'm wrong, you talked about positional asphyxia a little bit on direct exam today, right?
Yes,
And the notes that I scribbled down when you testified is that you said it was not positional asphyxia because that wouldn't explain the injury on the ribs.
Yes.
That's the injury that when we talked about, you agreed could have just been congestion.
Yes.
Could have been just postmortem lividity, that pooling of blood.
Yes.
So aside from that explanation, you don't have an explanation for the injury to the ribs?
Aside from those two explanations, no.
It's a common finding and it didn't mean much to you at the time, right?
Correct.
The only reason you think asphyxiation occurred in this case is because of Aaron Dillard.
Not necessarily. I would say he is my main reason.
Because he provided an explanation for that notation about her ribs,
And a lot of other information,
found at autopsy, right?
including that.
Prior to hearing about Aaron Dillard, your opinion was that Julie Jensen had died of ethylene glycol poisoning.
Correct.
And your opinion was that it was probably a homicide.
Yes.
And that was based on her unabsorbed ethylene glycol in her gastric contents.
That was one factor.
And the other was that that she was experiencing multiple phases at once, right?
Objection. The question assumes the existence of a fact which is not an evidence, in fact, is contrary to the prior answer. So I object to that question.
Well, why don't you ask her what her opinion was based on? Go ahead, Mr. Perry.
Well, I'll rephrase it.
Go ahead.
I think you just testified that one of the reasons you thought it was homicide is because she had unabsorbed ethylene glycol in her gastric contents.
Yes.
What's the other reason?
Objection. Again, he assumes the existence of a fact not an evidence, to wit that there's only two reasons.
What are the other reasons?
Thank you.
As I tried to explain in the beginning, the case did not look like a case of suicide. It did not look like a suicidal ingestion. The circumstances simply were wrong.
Is one of the other reasons that she had crystals in her kidney at the same time she had unmetabolized ethylene glycol in her blood?
No.
That didn't play a part in your opinion?
No.
That didn't play a part in your opinion that there were more than one dose?
No.
Is the opinion that there was more than one dose because there was the amount in her gastric contents?
That my opinion is partially based on that.
You testified about the letter Aaron Dillard wrote.
Yes.
Did you also review the recorded statement that Aaron Dillard gave?
I believe I saw at least part of it.
At some point in your history with this case.
Yes.
In the letter that you reviewed, he describes kind of the evening of December 1st, December 2nd, and then December 3rd, correct?
Yes.
And on December 2nd, described that Julie Jensen was vomiting a little.
That sounds familiar, yes.
Did you review in his recorded statement that she wouldn't get out of bed, was really just vomiting?
I recall that, yes.
You've looked at the scene photos in this case.
Yes.
Have you seen any indication that there was vomit on the bed sheets?
No.
Any indication that there was vomit in the garbage can next to the bed?
No.
Any indication that any vomit was found anywhere?
No.
I think you were asked on direct about Aaron Dillard. I think Mr. Jamboy's asked you, you know he's an admitted con man, right? Or something like that?
Yes.
And your answer is yes, right?
Yes.
That you know that about him.
Yes, I do.
You understand that a really good con artist can figure out ways to present a story that aren't obvious to other people.
Yes.
Mr. Dillard indicated that Mark Jensen told him that he pushed on her back or lungs or something like that, right?
Yes.
Someone might create that story if they realized there was damage in the lung or rib area.
Possibly.
Aaron Dillard's letter describes what medications Julie Jensen was taking.
Yes.
It's not a confession if Mark Jensen had told Aaron Dillard what medications Julie was taking.
No. No, if he's in isolation, no. If that's what you mean.
Aaron Dillard's statement and the findings at autopsy line up, in your opinion, correct?
Yes.
Today you testified that there was no other source for that info,
For which info?
for Aaron Dillard to have that information, but for Mark Jensen.
I am not aware. I am aware of materials that Aaron Dillard had access to.
Which ones are those?
I believe that he had access to an interview with Detective Ratsburg between Mark Jensen and Detective Ratsburg.
It was also well known that this was an antifreeze poisoning case.
Yes.
There were newspapers or articles about this.
Yes.
There have been articles about your testimony.
Yes, there have.
There have been articles about your testimony that it was your opinion that multiple doses were given.
Yes.
Anyone who read that article would know the state's theory that multiple doses were given.
Possibly.
You mentioned Detective Ratsburg's interview with Mark Jensen. Did you read that?
I'm not sure that I read the same interview that was in the cell with Mark Jensen.
You're aware of description of the interview, the interrogation between Detective Ratsburg and Mark Jensen.
Yes.
And you know that he was suggesting deaths that he thought were consistent with the autopsy findings.
Yes.
He even suggested an autoerotic death.
I don't recall that.
Well, maybe that doesn't matter because nobody's suggesting that that happened, right?
Not to my knowledge.
He suggested in that interrogation the location of her arm.
I don't remember.
His suggestions incorporated what Dr. Chambliss described as a neck hemorrhage, the petechia over the cardio area, and the bruising on the ribs.
I honestly don't remember if he referred to all of those things.
You just don't remember precisely what he referred to.
Correct.
But it's your understanding that Aaron Dillard had access to that.
Yes.
Talked a little bit about this claim of poisoning in November, right?
Yes.
That's one of Aaron Dillard's claims,
Yes.
that Mark Jensen had tried to poison Julie Jensen in November when he was at a conference
Yes.
and got home and found that there was vomit everywhere that hadn't been cleaned up.
Yes.
In terms of your, I guess, investigation or overview of this case, are you aware of any reports of her being sick for a several-day period in November of 1998?
It depends on how you describe sick. Do you mean by vomiting or by,
Sure, by vomiting.
no.
Any reports from neighbors that Julie Jensen was sick prior to December of 1998?
I don't think so.
Anything from the Voights?
No, I don't think so.
People at school?
I don't think so.
Any reports that she didn't tend to her usual activities in November?
No.
That she needed help with the kids?
I don't recall. I don't think so.
She was at home with the kids in November, right?
Yes.
Any claim anywhere that she appeared intoxicated in November?
No.
You reviewed Dr. Borman's notes. Did you see anything that she came in for treatment in November?
No.
No description about any breathing abnormalities in November?
No.
If Julie Jensen had been endlessly vomiting on December 2nd and then not eating, would you expect to see 22 ounces of material in her stomach?
And what day did you say?
December 2nd.
She may have been drinking.
You've been asked this before, and I'm just going to ask you once again. Would you buy a used car from Aaron Dillard?
No.
I have nothing else.
Redirect, Mr. Chambliss.
Thank you. Dr. Maitland, you were asked on cross-examination about injuries to the neck,
Yes.
and the kind of injuries they were asking about are the kind of injuries you expect to see with a strangulation, right?
They're asking about injuries that I said weren't there. Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes.
And you never suggested that there'd been a strangulation in this case, had you?
No.
Now, when you were asked about the injuries to the rib cage, after being asked a series of questions about it, you indicated I don't think it was post-mortem. Is that true?
I think that's what I said.
Well, was it, so what did you think it was when you observed these injuries after reading Aaron Dillard's report?
I thought it was perimortem.
And the injuries are consistent with perimortem injuries.
Yes.
Okay, so let's go through the ante-peri post. Antemortem, A-N-T-E, mortem, is pre-death.
Yes.
Perimortem, P-E-R-I, mortem, is during the death process.
Right.
And postmortem is after death.
Yes.
So postmortem artifacts are something you expect to see that could come up after somebody, it's a postmortem artifact, something that happens after death.
Yes.
And antemortem is something that could have happened before death.
Yes.
But perimortem is something that happens during the death process.
Around the time of death.
Now, the injuries that you saw on Julie Jensen's rib cage in the photos was consistent with a perimortem injury, an injury during death that would be caused by somebody sitting on a rib cage while her arm is stretched beneath her, as it was in the two photos that we displayed earlier to the jury.
Object to the leading.
Well, is it consistent or inconsistent with that?
Rephrase it and let's go.
Is it consistent or inconsistent? Is the notion of perimortem injury consistent or inconsistent with the two photographs that we displayed to the jury earlier that you were testifying about?
Consistent.
Now, counsel was also asking you questions about another statement. This was the recorded statement, recorded interview that Mark Jensen, or that Aaron Dillard had that involved his defense attorney, the prosecutor, that being myself, and Aaron Dillard. Did you read that transcript?
Between or among the three of you?
It was a transcript of an interview that I conducted with Aaron Dillard that was recorded with his attorney present, Gretchen Rosenke. Do you recall ever seeing that transcript?
No, I don't.
Some exhibits up here, Mr. Jamboy, I know that. Attorneys can search their areas for 71.
I'm going to direct the court and counsel's and the defendants and the witnesses' attention to the screen.
And what exhibit is this for the record?
Well, this is our screen version of Exhibit 71, Your Honor.
Right.
And we don't know where Exhibit 71 is. If we can't locate it anywhere, I will confess that ordinarily I'm the prime suspect when something is missing like this. And if we can locate it, I'll produce it. If I can't locate it, I'll produce another one and we'll have it remarked.
We'll fix it.
So in any event, now that you've seen the first page of this, does that look familiar to you at all?
Yes, it does.
So you did at one point see this interview that was, it says J. Jamboys, D. Dillard, G. Gabrielle, and R. Gretchen Rosenke.
Yes,
And you know who Angelina Gabrielle is,
yes.
and you know who I am. And so let's get to the point where Aaron Dillard is asked about where this conversation occurred. He said he was in J Block in the Kenosha County Jail. Is that correct?
Yes,
And he starts talking about how they got together and we're talking about this, correct?
yes.
And then I asked, I want to hear exactly what he said. And he replied, okay, he said it's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. This Klug guy just came and said this, and they revoked my bond because that's basically what the conversation was about. Why are you in jail? You were in bond, you know? And he said on this guy wrote a letter saying, I want to kill my wife, or this and that, and he just comes out now. And so then we started getting more deeper into the conversations, meaning, well, why would he say that, you know, things along that line? And he would have just answered that he was an attention getter. He was just seeing this as his big moment. He could try to steal the limelight or whatever, something like that. I don't remember the exact words, but that's the gist of how we started talking about his case. And then right away when I first got there, that's when, you know, we just started talking, and he asked me about myself, and I said, well, yeah, I'm here for revocation and all that. It was just a minor chit-chat about my case and things like that. And I said, well, yeah, I'm looking at 4.5 years or whatever on extended, but I said, I don't think I'll get it. I'll probably get a chunk of it, but not that much. And then we went through the conversation more, and then he said, well, yeah, and I said, he said, here, you know, he gave me this transcript, the actual transcripts from the Klug hearing, and I read that transcript. And then I asked, it was a transcript of what? D, of the Klug hearing. Of what? Of Klug's testimony? Dillard, his testimony, yeah, Klug's testimony. Now, that you've read that, does that refresh your recollection as to what documents it was that Aaron Dillard had reviewed in the county jail?
Yes,
He hadn't reviewed Mark Jensen's interview with Paul Ratzberg. He'd reviewed Ed Klug's transcript of his testimony from the forfeiture,
Yes.
from the first hearing.
yes,
And he wrote, and he said, his testimony, yeah, Klug's testimony. And I told him at that point, I said, this is kind of really lame, you know. What I meant, if you look at it, it seems just kind of out there that there's nothing concrete in this. And I said, the only thing that's going to get you this is when we started talking about, he was like, well, how do you think I can get around this thing? And I told him that I don't think you can. If the two secretaries say that you did come back, or that Klug did come back and say these things to them, because in the transcript he said something about he came back to the office and he mentioned it to two of his secretaries or whatever. And I think it was somewhere at the end of his statement, and I said, well, if he comes back and they say that he did say those things, that you're basically, that you're fucked. You know, that they can collaborate his statement, then you're screwed. I don't think there's a way around it. Jay, so question, so what did he say to that? Dillard, he was kind of quiet, think about it, and they spoke about he had some spots outlined in it in his paperwork, and said that in that statement and that testimony, that shows on he was just an attention getter and seeker, and that he was talking about specific people in there, and about how they probably wouldn't say anything, and that he had probably already, when we were going through the testimony at the court hearing, that he probably already sent an investigator down to try to talk to them. He told me that.
Judge, I object to Mr. Jamboy's reading this entire transcript.
Well, he asked about
How many
this.
pages is a transcript?
Well, here, let me,
Tell me how many pages the transcript is.
first of all, Judge, I wasn't going to read the entire transcript, but it is 34. It's 35
I've read
pages.
the entire transcript in the last 5 minutes.
Well, not yet.
What's that?
I said not yet.
You said You objected to him reading the entire transcript.
Sure.
I do listen.
He's in the middle of it.
All right. Let's finish it up in the area, Mr. Jambois.
I'm getting there, Judge.
Thank you.
Mr. Dillard might not be quite as succinct as I might be on my own devices, but I'll skip down some in deference to, the jury's time and then we started talking a little bit more. I was just talking with my lawyer that there are some things that you can look at and verify that we talked. He asked me also, this was later on, he asked me, well, what do you think I can do to get around it? And this was at the point when he was telling me about the toxicology report, about how you guys lost, or the department lost a big stack of papers or whatever it was along that they lost it. Now let's stop there for a moment, Dr. Mainland. Had you been made aware of the fact that the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab had lost some of the paperwork in this case?
I think so.
Yeah. And so how would Aaron Dillard know that if Mark Jensen hadn't told him?
I don't know.
So the stuff that was lost from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab, they didn't lose the samples or anything like that, did they?
I don't think so.
They just lost some of the paperwork, and they asked to get it replaced, didn't they?
Yes.
And you guys replaced the paperwork that they'd lost.
Yes.
But how would Aaron Dillard know that if Mark Jensen hadn't told him that?
I don't know.
It certainly wasn't an Ed Klug's transcript, was it?
No.
Well, you are aware that the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the first hearing related to his conversation with Mark Jensen in St. Louis, correct?
Yes.
Back to the leading.
It didn't relate, to your knowledge, well, state whether or not it related to anything other than the conversation that occurred in St. Louis between Mark Jensen and Ed Klug.
Object to the leading.
Just rephrase it.
Do you know whether Ed Klug's testimony at the first hearing related to anything other than the conversation that Ed Klug is alleged to have had with Mark Jensen at St. Louis?
No.
So then Aaron Dillard continued, and I told him that that you have a right to examine the evidence. Try to get samples of it yourself and then test it yourself. And if they can provide you with that sample, and if they can't provide you with that sample, and then he got on the phone right away and called his people, so you can probably verify on the phone records between the 14th and the 17th. I forgot exactly which day it was, but you can probably verify those phone records because you can hear him say, a guy in here told me that I should just try to get the samples rechecked. So, and I'm like, don't say me, in the background. You might even be able to hear me say it. And Jamboys replies, well, except for one thing. That's a phone conversation directly to his attorneys, and we do not record those conversations. Dillard, I don't know if it was his attorney or his wife at that time. Jamboys, oh. So at the time that he was talking to us, he was proposing that we check the phone records to confirm the veracity of his information to us.
Yes.
To your knowledge, did the defense ever have these toxicology samples tested?
Yes.
So they hadn't lost the samples at St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab, did they?
No.
They did have them tested, just as Mr. Dillard had recommended that they do.
Yes.
So Jamboy's question, okay, a guy in here said I should check get the samples rechecked? Dillard, yeah, something along that line that I told him, because if they lost them, you should be able to test the evidence yourself. Jamboys, that's what you told him? Dillard, and that's what I told Mark, and I said if they don't have them, then that's a big problem. And then he says, or Jamboys, and was this the first day that you first met him, or was this, Dillard, this was more toward the second day, because I got on the first day, I got in there around about 7, and they locked down at 9. And what day was you got there? I got there on the 14th, I believe it was. Jamboy, so this was sometime on the 15th that he made this phone call. Dillard, yeah, the 15th or the 16th. I think it was more toward the 15th, though, in the evening time, probably around 6-ish, I would say, if I remember correctly. Jamboys, okay, so then what happened about after that conversation? Was there anything more that occurred during that conversation? Dillard, the one about testing the samples and things like that? Jamboys, yes. Dillard, it was basically just how to beat the case and what they did, what did they have against you and what is your defense against it? And he was just going into detail about the pictures with the antifreeze and that you guys came to him saying there was no antifreeze in the house, Mark. How could she have gotten the antifreeze? And he's telling me that in the pictures there are 2 bottles right in the thing, so he had that as a defense. He told me about the receipts, that his wife would be the only one that was buying all the prescriptions and all the, like, St. John's wort, all over-the-counter medication, and that he would never do it, you know. He was trying to use that as a defense. And then Angelina Gabrielle asked, did he show you the pictures of the antifreeze? Dillard, no, I've never seen the pictures. The point with the antifreeze, and then Jamboys, she purchased all the prescriptions, all the medication? Dillard, yeah, all the medication. And now we'll slip down to, let's see, I want to go up to something else here. And he told me that, he told me that this in regards to the prescription medication, that he told me that he takes a medication for, that's in the conversation about the acid reflux and the cause of him to have anxiety or whatever, the Jamboys, Librium? Dillard, Librium, yeah, he told me it was an antidepressant or whatever like that. Now, first of all, is Librium prescribed as for acid reflux?
Yes. Or it was at the time.
And was it an antidepressant?
No.
But it was prescribed for acid reflux?
Yes.
And Jamboys, and he seemed to think that was a big issue. Dillard, yeah, he seemed to think that was a big issue, that he's trying to say that she self-medicated herself. She would call behind his back and get all his medications and get, you know what I mean, and start taking them on her own when it was, you know. So he told me that aspect. He told me, what else was it? Oh, something on the internet. He told me about something on the internet. There was a time where he can verify that he wasn't home or something like that. He said that was going to be one of his defense things, that there was one time that he wasn't home, that he could prove he wasn't home, that there was one of the hits for the poison site or whatnot, something like that. So he said he was going to use that as a defense. And then the question, and what did Mark say in response to that? Dillard, the first couple of times I said it, he was like, no, this is all just bullshit. It's the state. I'm ready to go. I never did anything there. I'm just trying. She wanted to kill herself. She was depressed. She was nuts. She had a nutcases for family, and justifying that, you know, she killed herself. Was that the expression that he used? I'm ready to go. Did he say that expression? Dillard, yeah. Bring it on. Yeah, bring it on were key words. Yeah, they can bring it on. And how did you respond to that when he would say things like that?
Why don't we get to some redirect questions, Mr. Janice?
Yeah, the second day I was in there, we got more into the conversation of, well, you know, why would those people say, or why would these people say you did it? And he goes, I don't know, I don't know. You know, it's just they're trying to grab the limelight, more along those lines. Then I was like, well, I go, dude, you know, basically shit happens, you know. Or I don't remember the exact term I used, but it was more like, we all have our problems, you know. Something along that line. I said, we all have our problems, you know. If you did it, you did it. You know what I mean? And that's when he started, you know. He broke down and started telling me everything. Tell me about that conversation. Do you remember reading that in the, now that you're seeing this, does that refresh your recollection as to the conversation that occurred between myself and Aaron Dillard that was
Yes.
recorded? Dillard, that conversation started out as, I know, like I said, I told you. I told him that he said, or he told me, I said, everybody has their problems, you know, and something along that line. And he was like, yeah, everybody's got their problems. And that's when we started getting a little teary-eyed. We started telling about how the wife, more about details about the wife, would put one kid in the corner and so on and so forth. And then started telling me more about family issues and this and that. And I go, well, you know, I said, basically, you didn't have to kill her, you know. And he goes, well, yeah, you know, just real down and out about it. It was basically, you know, just a little bit of tears, you know, the water welling up in his eyes. And then at that point, he started telling me about what happened, he told me about him and her going to the doctor that day. I don't know what days they were. I don't know exactly what day, but he said they went to the doctor, and she said she was feeling down and this and that, and they got a prescription for Paxil.
Judge, I object again in terms of Mr. Jamboys is essentially,
I think you've refreshed your memory enough, Mr. Jamboys.
Well, I'm getting to the part that I really wanted to get to,
Well,
Judge.
let's get to the part, and then we'll ask a question on redirect.
So he told you, Erin Dillard said she took the Paxil, she took more medications. It was, you know, the St. John's wort. He kept saying the St. John's wort. He kept saying the Librium and then the Benadryl. She took the Benadryl and the Librium and all that, and that's the first night when he gave her the antifreeze. Did he tell you how he got her to drink the antifreeze? Yeah, he said she was so loopy and everything. He says he mixed it with juice, and he said, here, this will make you feel better, you know. And he gave it to her because she was really, really out of it, really loopy and tired and more, I don't know what the word he used was, just sleepy, you know, really out of it. Now, reading that, is that consistent with the history that you knew about this case?
Yes.
You had heard Mark Jensen had said this in his earlier statement to Detective Ratsburg, correct?
Had said what?
That Mark Jensen had told Paul Ratsburg that she, on that first night, she was really loopy and tired, the first night after she'd gone to see the doctor.
Yes.
And at that point, and then he goes on to read, and so he would give her stuff to drink, and he said that's when he put the antifreeze in there. And I said, wow, how much did you give her? You know, what, I mean, didn't she notice that? And he said that at that point, he said that he would mix it probably like 1/3 to 2/3 of juice so that you wouldn't be able to see it and you wouldn't be able to taste it. Question, so 1/3 antifreeze, 2/3 juice? Yeah. And so he gave her the antifreeze that day, and then at nighttime, he said she was acting like a nutcase. She was up in the bed dancing around saying, oh, I'm so drunk, I feel so drunk. Now that's consistent with the history that Mark Jensen had provided to Paul Ratsburg, correct?
Yes.
But there's nothing like that in Ed Klug's statement, is there? Or Ed Klug's, the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony from the first hearing.
No.
And then he told me about how he went to the internet to show her that Paxil was a side effect of drunkenness. You know, and he said, oh, look, it's just the Paxil. Don't worry about it, blah, 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 blah. So now you were aware of the fact that there was evidence that Mark Jensen had actually printed out some internet information about Paxil or paroxetine.
Yes.
Paroxetine is the generic name for Paxil, correct?
Yes.
And listed as one of the rare side effects, possible rare side effects of paroxetine or Paxil. There is some reference to maybe vertigo or getting dizzy and things of that sort,
Yes,
but that's a rare side effect, correct?
yes,
It's not a common side effect.
no,
So then he said everything calmed down after he showed her the paroxetine side effect information, and she ended up going to bed, and the next day he went to the doctor and told him, or she's acting drunk, she's, all crazy, wouldn't sleep at all that night. And he got her sleeping medication, which was the Ambien. He got her the Ambien. Now that's consistent with the information that was obtained at during the toxicology screens in this case. Is that true?
yes,
And it was also consistent with the evidence that was recovered at the scene. Do you remember that?
yes,
There were
yes,
a certain number of Ambien pills, and there were some that were missing.
yes,
And he said he came home after the doctor and gave her the Ambien, and she was sleeping. And then he woke her up and gave her more of the antifreeze, another glass of it. And at that point, he said the whole day she was throwing up, and she was just really out of it. If you know what I mean, she was sick and this and that. And at that point, he said she would just stay in bed a lot, that she wouldn't get out of bed, and that she was really just vomiting, and she'd stay in bed. That's actually consistent with the testimony you just provided on cross-examination about this information. Is
yes,
that correct? And then and then he says, and he was like, wow, he didn't know if this was working or not because she was still fine, basically about it, He's like, wow, he expected it to be faster or something. And what I take out of the conversation, because he was more in, I don't know what the word too is, he was more concerned with time, it seemed like, that it wasn't happening as fast as he thought it was or something like that. That's what I got from the conversation. And then he sat with TV and watched TV with the kids. Now, you've heard other evidence in this case that's consistent with the history that Mark Jensen had provided to Paul Ratzberg, isn't it? That he
Yes.
was sitting up with the kids watching TV on the evening of December 2nd?
yes,
And that's consistent with what the information is contained here.
yes,
But Ed Klug had never said anything about that in the testimony at the first hearing, did he?
no,
He sat with TV and watched TV with the kids and something like that, and she would just ask for a lot of water. She was drinking a lot of water and throwing up. So that night, he gave her more of the Ambien. Then he said the next day when she woke up, she was really bad. Now, first of all, that's consistent with the second and third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning, isn't it? That she woke up and she was really bad?
yes,
And you'd heard that that's consistent also with how David, their 8-year-old son, had described her breathing, her raspy breathing, to one of his little school friends.
yes,
Then he said the next day when she woke up, she was really bad. It was that she was just breathing real hard, a breathing just really nauseous. She wouldn't get out of bed, she wouldn't lift her head, and she wouldn't do anything. And at that point, that's when he told me the kids wanted to call the ambulance, and he got real nervous about it. Now, that wasn't in Ed Klug's report, was it?
no,
But there was information that the children wanted him to call an ambulance, correct?
yes,
He said, he didn't know what to do at that point because, I can't send her to the hospital. And so he said he told the kids that if mom isn't better by the time you get home from school, we'll call the ambulance or we'll take her to the hospital. Now, that wasn't anywhere in the transcript of Ed Klug's testimony, was it?
no,
So he took her to school, and at that point he came back, and actually he took the kids to school, but then he came back, and that's when he told me about him. He said he was worried because she wasn't breathing hard anymore. She wasn't raspy breathing. He didn't know what was going to happen at that point. That's consistent with your recollection of this detailed description that Aaron Dillard was providing about the manner in which Mark Jensen murdered his wife?
Yes,
And that's consistent with the evidence in this case, isn't it?
yes,
That's consistent with third stage of ethylene glycol poisoning.
yes,
And he says he got nervous. He said he got real nervous, and at that point he sat on her. He sat on her back, and he said, I couldn't have the kids come home because I couldn't have an excuse. So he said he sat on her back and pushed her face into the pillow, and then he killed her. And then at that point he left for work or whatever. Now, there was nothing in Ed Klug's testimony at the first hearing that was suggestive of anything like this, was there?
no,
However, you were aware, because of your examination of the autopsy records, the autopsy photos, and the crime scene photos, you were aware of certain information that was precisely corresponded or correlated to this description of the murder of Julie Jensen.
yes.
Now, what were those items that you found that you found from the autopsy report, the autopsy photographs, and the crime scene photographs that precisely corresponded to this description of the murder of Julie Jensen?
There were the toxicology findings, the position of the body at the time it was discovered, certain injuries on the body, and I think I said the autopsy findings.
Now, there was significant discussion on cross-examination about gastrophoresis and a lot of other big, as you call them, doctor words. You know all those doctor words when you were reviewing the autopsy report?
Right,
And when you were reviewing the photographs and the crime scene photographs and the autopsy photographs?
right,
When you were reviewing all the police reports in this case and the witness statements?
yeah,
And knowing all of that information, what you knew prior to your testimony at the first hearing, and even at the first hearing, what was your opinion did you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Julie Jensen?
yes.
And what was that opinion?
Ethylene glycol poisoning, homicide.
And so the cause of death was ethylene glycol poisoning, and the manner of death was homicide.
Yes,
And at that point, had you ruled out possible asphyxiation?
no,
Now, that's what you knew up to the first hearing. Then between the first hearing and the second hearing, you'd read of Aaron Dillard's report.
yes,
You'd read this statement that I just read to you.
yes,
And you read Aaron Dillard's letter to Gretchen Rosenke.
yes,
And there was a high level of consistency between the letter and this statement.
yes,
The letter was only 6 pages long. The statement was about 35 pages long, or the interview was 35 pages long, correct?
yes.
But there was no significant inconsistencies between them.
I don't think so.
And there was a great deal of consistency, tell me whether or not, was there a great deal of consistency between the description that was provided by Aaron Dillard and the physical evidence that you reviewed from the crime scene photos and the autopsy photos?
It was consistent,
And was it consistent or inconsistent with the toxicology results?
consistent.
And with respect to missing toxicology reports or losing toxicology reports by the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab, was this information consistent or inconsistent with what you knew of the history about the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology reports?
Consistent.
And there was nothing in in Ed Klug's prior testimony at the first hearing that made any reference whatsoever to certain missing documents
That's
from
correct.
the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab. And based upon, well, whether it's based upon, after Aaron Dillard had proposed to the defense team that they should request that all of those substances be retested, you learned that, in fact, all of those substances were retested, weren't they?
Yes,
At the defense request,
yes,
consistent with Aaron Dillard's recommendation.
yes,
And none of this retesting none of this information about these missing reports from the St. Louis Forensic Toxicology Lab was available from any source other than Mark Jensen at that point to Aaron Dillard. Is that true?
Yes.
Now, after reading Aaron Dillard's statements, you then testified at the second hearing,
Yes.
correct? And you've now testified at the third hearing.
Yes.
And knowing all of this stuff, you knew all of this stuff about gastroparesis and delayed stomach emptying and the kidneys shutting down. You knew all of that before the testimony at the second hearing and before the testimony at this hearing.
Yes.
So all of these things were raised on cross-examination. You knew all about that long before you testified today
Yes.
and long before you testified at the last hearing.
Yes.
Does any of this stuff that was raised by defense counsel on cross-examination in any way, shape, or form alter your opinion concerning the cause and manner of death of Julie Jensen?
No.
So, based upon your observations of the crime scene photos, your examination of the autopsy report, your examination of the toxicology report, your examination of all the police reports and the witness statements and the transcripts from the first hearing, and the statement of Aaron Dillard, what is your opinion today to a reasonable degree of medical certainty as to the cause and manner of death of Julie Jensen?
Ethylene glycol poisoning with probable terminal asphyxia. Homicide.
Nothing further.
Recross?
Yeah. Librium is a benzodiazepine, right?
Yes.
That's used to treat anxiety.
Yes.
You just testified that it's your opinion that the injuries that were noted on Julie Jensen's rib cage were paramortem.
Yes.
That became your opinion only after reviewing Aaron Dillard's statement.
Yes.
Because before that, as consistent with your testimony earlier today, it was nonspecific, right?
Objection to the insertion of that editorial comment in the middle of his question. He can ask a question. He can't tell the witness what the answer.
I think
First of all,
that-
what she said earlier is something that the jury may remember, but defense counsel can't assert that fact into the middle of his question.
She just agreed to that fact by saying yes.
Ask the question. Did you forget the question?
No, I think I said yes.
You answered, yeah, you said that it was nonspecific, right?
Yes.
Could have been postmortem,
Could have.
could just be congestion.
Could be.
Only after reading Aaron Dillard's statement did you decide it was paramortem.
Correct.
Do you remember testifying in 2007?
Yes. Vaguely.
The first hearing we've been talking about?
Yes.
There was a big issue in terms of a mistake that had been made with the findings by the St. Louis lab, correct?
Objection, this is outside the scope of cross.
I didn't hear him ask anything about something
This
being
is all
wrong.
in
That's
terms
just
of,
outside the
this
scope
is
of reading,
all,
I can't listen to two people at once.
this is all in relation to this issue about lost papers from the
You
St.
could
Louis
ask
lab.
that question in that area. Go ahead.
That's what I'm getting at.
You didn't use that exact word, so let's go.
Well, I had to set the context, but I'll get to it.
All right.
By the time of that hearing in 2007, things had been retested.
Yes.
What was lost were police reports that had been sent to the St. Louis lab, correct?
I'm not sure of the exact content,
Samples were never lost, to your knowledge.
to my knowledge.
That's correct?
I don't think they were. I don't recall.
Did you review all the discovery in this case?
I reviewed what was provided to me.
In terms of a potential source of information for Aaron Dillard, all of that was testified to in 2007, correct?
All of,
In terms of the St. Louis lab and police reports that had been lost.
I don't recall.
You testified a number of times on redirect that the information provided by Aaron Dillard was not contained in the Ed Klug transcript, correct?
Yes,
And then on a handful of times you said that it was consistent with what was said in the interrogation by Detective Ratzberg.
yes.
You've read that interrogation, correct?
Yeah, at least part of it.
Is Exhibit 53?
I think what I have was not this thick.
What, for the record, what did you show her?
This is the transcript of the interrogation between Detective Ratzberg and Mark Jensen.
Thank you.
I just want to say that I'm not sure I had the entire thing.
You've reviewed some of it?
Yes. I may have had the entire thing.
You
Yep.
tried, one of the things that you tried to do in this case is review all information that was in existence, correct?
All information that was provided to me.
And this is an interrogation of who the state believes is a suspect in this case.
That's correct.
This would have been important for you in your role as a forensic pathologist, correct?
Yes,
In terms of statements made by Mark Jensen?
yes.
You were just asked a lot of questions about information that Aaron Dillard provided that was not contained in the Ed Klug transcript.
Correct.
And that's information describing the autopsy findings, correct?
Yes,
The Ed Klug transcript doesn't talk about the autopsy findings.
I don't think so.
If you turn to page 75 to 76,
Counsel, what are you looking at right now? The
Exhibit
Ed Klug-
53,
Ed Klug's transcript?
the interrogation with Detective Ratzberg. Page 76 to 75 to 76, starting at line 24 to line 3 on 76. It's Detective Ratzberg. Tell me when you're there, I'm sorry.
I'm there.
It's Detective Ratzberg that says her arm was actually here. I'll show you how she was. Okay, her arm is actually across her body like that. Okay, and it's an unnatural position. Do you sleep when you're on your side with your arm across like that? Do you see that?
Yes, I do recall reading this.
If I could direct your attention to page 98 to 99, lines 25 on 98 to 16 on
Excuse me.
99.
Okay, Counsel, I'm sorry. I need to, what page are you looking at?
Page 98, line 25 to page 99, line 16. Please let me know when you're there.
Okay.
It's Detective Ratsberg that says, I know there was some type of contact there. There had to be in this chest area, Mark. There's no question about that. And the only person that could have done that was you. I'm thinking before you left, you pushed on her maybe. Now, she was frail at the time. She was frail. You said she was labored breathing. That makes sense, and I believe that. Okay, I know that probably happened, but she's frail. And you just innocently, I don't want to, pushed her like that. And could that have caused something? I mean, we have petechia of the lungs. There's some type of contact here in the throat. There's also been an indication on the throat, as I showed you in Dr. Chambliss's report. It just did not appear there. Something and somebody had to touch her. That's the only way it could get there. There's no doubt about that. And did you push her, touch her on the throat maybe? Maybe like this? Do you see that?
Yes.
Now, that's not in anywhere in the Ed Klug transcript, right?
I don't think so.
But it is consistent with Dr. Chambliss's findings in the autopsy report,
Yes.
and it's consistent with the statement that Aaron Dillard made.
Yes.
If you could go to page 152, lines 3 to 6.
Page 162,
152,
152, line 6,
lines 3 to 6.
3 to 6.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm just waiting for you, yeah. It's Detective Ratsberg that says, maybe when you pulled her over this way, you pushed her back on the chest and then went back and brought her up again. You know, you would have pushed her back. Do you see that?
Yes.
If you could go to page 161, lines 19 through 20.
Page 161.
Yes. Are you there?
Yes.
It's Detective Ratsberg that says, we still have to explain the nose part, the head pushed into the pillow. How are we going to explain that? I mean, that's there. You see that?
Yes.
That's not in Ed Klug's transcript, right?
Right.
But it does line up with what Aaron Dillard says.
Yes.
If you could go to page 162, lines 4 through 9.
Okay, I'm there.
It's Detective Ratsberg that says, something had to push it down. There's 3 things that happened here. Head being pushed, the nose, some type of contact here at the throat, and some type of contact here in the chest. Okay? We know that happened. Okay? You were the only one there. You had to do something, Mark. Do you see that?
Yes.
That's not in the Klug transcript,
No.
but it is consistent with what Aaron Dillard says.
Yes.
I had asked you on cross-exam about potential sources of information for Aaron Dillard's statement, correct?
Yes.
I'd asked you that whether it was well known that this was an antifreeze poisoning case,
Yes.
that there were newspaper articles about you,
Yes.
and you volunteered that it was your understanding that Aaron Dillard also had access to the Detective Ratsberg interrogation.
Yes.
Aaron Dillard, as just read by Mr. Jamboys, denies reviewing anything except for the Klug transcript, correct?
I don't recall. Yeah, please, if you would find that.
Well, in the letter, or in the recorded statement that was, maybe not all of it was read, but, and Mr. Jamboys asked, does this refresh your recollection in terms of what Aaron Dillard says he got the information from. Do you remember that?
Yes,
And that Aaron Dillard's claim is that he got this from Ed Klug?
that part I don't remember.
Okay. You reviewed everything that was provided to you in this case, correct?
Yes,
You reviewed way more than just Aaron Dillard's statement.
yes,
And when I asked you about sources of information, it's your understanding that the transcript that's in front of you, that you were just reading from, that Aaron Dillard had access to it while at the jail.
yes, he may have. He was in the same cell.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
All right. Do we have exhibits that are by the doctor?
Just one, oh, two.
Let's collect them. You're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Right?
Well, Your Honor, I did have a few questions for on
You did
redirect.
redirect already.
Pardon me?
You did your redirect.
Yes, and
So we're not
redirect.
going to do double redirects. We haven't done it for any witness. We're not going to start here. So you are free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your Honor, we need to review the exhibits and make a decision about, make sure all the exhibits have been moved into evidence.
Let's go
And-
take our break right now while the attorneys do that. Please. Kim, we're off the record.
bring them out? All right, we are back on the record on Mark D. Jensen, 2002 CF 314. The appearances are the same. Jury is back in the courtroom. I'll ask the state, Mr. Jamboys, what do you wish to do next?
The state would move Exhibit 53, 60, 61, 70, 82, 83, 84, and 87 into evidence, Your Honor.
Do you have all that?
And I think 61. I believe 61 also.
61 and 70.
71 was already.
Oh, I'm sorry, 71 was already received. So 60, 61, 70, 82, 83, 84, and 87.
All right,
And
those will be
53.
received? 53 also received?
Yes.
I would also ask that Exhibit 59 be received.
All right, that'll be received at this time also. Okay, so we have all of the state's exhibits that they wish to move in, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So what does the state wish to do next?
At this point, Your Honor, the state rests.
All right, the state is resting, folks. Their direct portion has been completed. With that, the defense, do you wish to call a witness, Ms. Krause?
Yes, Judge, we'd call Jolene Bly.
All right.
And Judge, when we take a break, we will have a motion outside the presence of the jury.
Your motion's preserved. I know you called a witness, but I will preserve your motion and we can hear it.
Thank you.
Okay, can you remain standing, raise your right hand? You solemnly swear the testimony of this man to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God. You can have a seat. Get as close as you can to the microphone, spell your first and last name, okay?
My first name is Jolynn, Jollynn. Last name is Bly, Blei.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Krause.
Ms. Bly, I'm going to talk to you a little bit about what you were doing in 2007 as it relates to employment. Okay? Can you tell us where you were working?
I was working at the law firm of Glynn Fitzgerald in Albee.
And how long had you been working for Glynn Fitzgerald in Albee?
Just about 4-ish years, 4.5.
In 2007?
Yeah, I started in 2003.
And do you still work for that firm?
I do not.
When did your employment change?
It changed a couple of times. It changed in 2011 when the firm
Disbanded?
yeah, and I was with Fitzgerald Law Firm until 2018, and then 2018 I started with Federal Defender Services of Wisconsin.
In 2007, what were your job duties?
I was a legal assistant.
And in 2007, did you know Mark Jensen?
I did.
And do you see him in court today?
I do.
And can you just identify what he's wearing?
He's wearing a dark-colored suit, dark-colored tie.
All right, the witness has identified Mr. Jensen in open court. Continue.
How did you know Mr. Jensen at that time?
He was a client in our office.
And did you work with his attorney and Mr. Jensen while he was a client?
I did.
And do you know the attorney that was representing him at that time?
I do.
And who was that?
Craig Albee.
And you worked with Mr. Albee?
I did.
What type of information, or what were your job duties as it related to the Mark Jensen case?
Reviewing discovery, going through the case, organizing the case, working with Craig, doing any duties that he needed done, drafting correspondence, mailing things.
I want to talk to you a little bit about the mailing thing and drafting correspondence, okay? I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 94. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
And what is it?
It's a letter that I would have typed to Mark Jensen.
How do you know you would have typed it?
My initials are at the bottom, CWA-JMB.
And that just means that you're the one that typed it for Craig Albee?
Correct.
And is it on a specific letterhead?
It is. It's on the Glenn Fitzgerald and Albee letterhead that we used.
Is it signed by an attorney?
Signed by Craig Albee.
And what was the purpose of this letter?
The purpose of this letter was to send Mark some materials from his case.
And does the letter identify what materials are being sent?
It does.
I'm going to refer you to item number 1 on that letter. And what does that say?
Testimony of Ed Klug.
Now, just to be clear, can you tell this jury when you wrote that letter?
It was typed on August 10th, 2007.
So based upon your knowledge of the case and all the help you had been doing, this was after the first hearing in the Jensen matter?
Yes.
It would have been after Ed Klug testified. It said his transcript, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as exhibit number 70. Do you recognize that as Ed Klug's transcript?
I do.
And does the date correspond with the letter that you sent?
There's no cover sheet.
Let me show you one.
Sorry.
It's Defense Mark 95.
Yes.
Does it have a date of Ed Klug's transcript or the testimony?
It does.
And what date is that?
Monday, July 30th, 2007.
And is that the transcript that was included on August 10th?
Yes, it is.
And that was enclosed with the letter?
Yes.
And item number 2, what is that?
Interview of Mark Jensen on April 21st, 1999.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 53. Can you tell me what I just handed to you, Exhibit 53 is?
It's a transcript of an interview of Mark Jensen that was conducted on April 21st, 1999.
So does the transcript that I handed you, Exhibit 53, correspond to the letter that you sent Mr. Jensen?
Yes.
And that would have been the document that you included in with that letter?
Yes.
And does it say on Exhibit 53, as related to Mark Jensen's interview, who that included?
Yes, it included Sergeant Paul Ratzberg and Detective Heather Berg.
Thank you. Now, item number 3 on the letter, can you tell us what that is?
Exhibits introduced at the forfeiture hearing during the testimony of Rhonda Mitchell?
And so exhibits that were during that hearing.
Yes.
And do you remember what type of exhibit that was?
I don't specifically recall. I thought there was maybe a PowerPoint presentation. I don't recall exactly what was all included.
So it was some type of exhibit. It could have been a PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
And then item number 4, can you tell us what that was?
Other computer information previously received?
And do you remember what that was?
Not, I don't remember.
Now, prior to July of 2007, Mr. Jensen would come into the office.
Correct.
And would he get the materials from his case when he came in?
Yes.
Is that generally when, like, police reports would be given to him or witness statements would be given to him?
Yes.
And after July of 2007, Mr. Jensen was no longer out of custody.
Correct.
So if Attorney Elby wanted to send or wanted Mr. Jensen to have materials, how would Mr. Jensen get them?
We would mail them to the jail.
Remember what jail you sent them to?
Kenosha County?
And do you remember sending packages frequently, or was it pretty infrequent?
Pretty frequently after he was taken into custody.
Now, as a legal assistant, did you request records or jail records?
Yes.
And do you remember making a request of the Kenosha County Jail in the Mark Jensen case?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 91. Is Exhibit 91 one of those requests?
Yes.
And is the request for, like, prisoner transaction list as it related to Mark Jensen?
Yes.
And that would have been from July 30th to September 24th, is that correct?
Yes.
And then there was also a request for cell transactions, or where somebody was located, both for Mr. Jensen and Mr. David Thompson?
Correct.
And did you also request a roster list of who was in the Kenosha jail on specific dates?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 92. I'd like to refer you to Exhibit, I think, 92 I just handed you.
Yes.
That's a list of items or things that were sent to Mark Jensen.
Yes,
And does it say the dates at the top as to when those items would have been received?
it does.
And can you tell us what dates those are?
July 30th, 2007 through September 24th of 2007.
And if you look at an entry on August 11th of 2007, does it say what the jail received?
2 LRG large envelopes from Attorney Glenn Fitzgerald.
Is that consistent with the letter that you sent out on August 10th of 2007?
Yes.
And do you remember if it was more than one envelope?
With what's here and with as much as we had on the letter, yeah, I do believe it would have been 2 large envelopes.
And when you look at that exhibit, there are other entries about materials received from the law firm.
Yes,
And that's from that July 30th to just September 24th, 2007.
correct.
It doesn't have anything after September 24th, 2007.
It does not.
Was Mr. Jensen still in custody after September 24th, 2007?
Yes,
Would you continue to send him items as requested?
yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 93. It's a 2-page document. These are certified records from the Kenosha County Jail. The first page of that document, can you tell me who that discusses?
Mark Jensen.
And does it say where Mark Jensen was housed during his time at the Kenosha County Jail?
Yes.
And does it say where Mr. Jensen was from August 14th to August 17th?
That's not a date on here, but I believe that he was in the same area during that time.
And does it say what area that is?
Cell block J, number 2.
And then if you turn to the second page, it talks about the cell transactions for Mr. David Thompson.
Correct.
And does it say when Mr. Thompson arrived in that same cell block J?
Yes.
And what day is that?
September 6th, 2007.
And does it say when he leaves cell block J?
It looks like he leaves on September 9th, 2007.
And then does he go back?
He does on September 10th, 2007.
It appears that at one point he's kind of out of the jail or
Yes.
out of the cell block.
Yes.
And I think that's September 10th.
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Exhibit 96. We are not going to go through this all. It's a certified record from the Kenosha County Sheriff's Department. Ms. Bly, I'm going to ask you to go to the August 14th, 2007 cell block J.
Yes.
And can you tell us who was in cell block J with Mr. Jensen?
Joshua Jerkowski, Mark Jensen, Miguel Mendoza, Michael Smith, Christopher Watkins, Bernard Bush, Jason Whitner, Michael Hale, and Michael Ruiz.
You don't see an Aaron Dillard in the cell block on August 14th. Do you see an Aaron Dillard there on August 14th?
I do not.
And of the individuals outside of Mr. Jensen, how many of those individuals were white men?
Four.
I'm going to ask you to go to August 15th of 2007 cell block J.
Okay.
And how many individuals are listed on that day?
10, including Mark Jensen.
And do you see an Aaron Dillard on that day?
I do.
And outside of Aaron Dillard and Mark Jensen, how many other individuals are white males?
4.
I'm going to ask you to go August 16th. Cell block J. Do you also see Aaron Dillard in cell block J on that day?
I do.
And how many other white males are in cell block J on that day, besides Mr. Dillard and Mr. Jensen?
3.
So a total of 5 with those two. And then I'm going to ask you to go to August 17th of 2007.
Okay.
And do you see a Mr. Dillard in cell block J on that day?
No.
And how many other white males are in there on that day?
Including Mark Jensen?
Not including Mark Jensen, thank you.
5.
5. Including him, it would be 6.
Correct.
And as you looked at those records, you didn't see David Thompson at that point in cell block J.
No.
I'm going to ask you to skip ahead to September 6th of 2007. Do you see David Thompson in cell block J at that point?
I do.
Is Mr. Jensen still in cell block J?
Yes.
And then I'm going to ask you to go to September 10th.
Okay.
Do you see David Thompson in that cell block on September 10th?
No.
And then I think we had testified from the previous exhibit that he was there on the 11th. What about September 12th?
On September 12th, he is not listed.
Now, as Mr. Elby's assistant, you had an opportunity to review a lot of materials in this particular case.
I did.
And when Mr. Jensen was in custody, he wanted to receive those materials.
Yes.
And you made sure that he was provided with whatever transcripts, whatever scientific studies, whatever doctor's reports, or whatever witness statements were provided to Attorney Elby.
Correct.
It was your job to kind of copy those and then get those off to Mr. Jensen.
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Who's going to do the cross?
I am.
Go ahead, Ms. McNeil.
So the exhibit that you've just been testifying off of in front of you, what number is that?
96? Sure.
And so these are the jail records that you asked for certified copies of, is that correct?
Correct.
Showing where inmates would be located at various times in the jail.
Correct.
Now, in terms of how the jail works, an inmate might be moved during the course of a day, correct?
I'm sure it's possible.
Obviously, inmates are moved within the jail.
Sure. Yes.
And so, where an inmate is in a record depends on when that record is during the course of a day, correct?
I would assume so.
For instance, if the record is created to reflect where inmates are at like 8 a.m. in a certain cell block, then that record wouldn't reflect any changes occurring after 8 a.m.
If that's when it was printed, sure. Yes.
So I'm going to direct your attention to, this would be, let's see, page, this is a big document, so I'm going to try to go by page number. So I'm showing you page 6 of that document, although, again, it's a big document. So I think actually printed on the page in the upper right-hand corner would be page 4.
Correct.
But if we're looking at the pile of paperwork, it's page 6.
Okay.
And so then, do you see at the top there, the top left hand where it says run 14-August-2007?
Yes.
And then it says 6/20?
Yes.
So it appears that when we're looking at that particular date, it's reflecting what the situation was at 6:20 in the morning?
It doesn't say morning or afternoon.
If I show you a different page, and I'm just going to go to, and again, this is in the big pile, so I can't really give you a page number, but I'll ask you what this page shows. You see there that that reflects in the top left-hand corner, 17 August 2007,
Yes.
correct? And then what cell blocks are shown on that page?
Well, the first couple are cut off. The last one I can read is J. Oh, I'm sorry, H-I-N-J, and I'm assuming there's nothing listed above that.
And then if you look again in the upper left-hand corner, the time there is 22:04, correct?
Correct.
So while the other time, the 6:20, it didn't say morning, it appears that military time is being used?
On this document, it does, yes.
And this is from the same pile of documents, correct?
It is.
Okay, so then 6:20 would be morning, and then 22:04 would be evening.
It does not say that for sure.
Okay, but is that your understanding of these records?
I would have to get clarification from the sheriff's department to make sure that the 6:20 was AM. It's not 0620, like the 22:04.
But you agree that on the page that I'm showing you, it's reflecting military time at this
It
time?
is.
And is there any reason for you to think that military time would not be used through the course of all of these documents?
I don't have a reason to believe that, but I do not know for sure.
Okay. So you agree that Aaron Dillard was housed with Mark Jensen, according to these records, at least as of August 15th, 2007?
I believe that's what it was.
Do you need to see that page again?
Please. Yes, August 15th.
And then also on August 16th of 2007, Aaron Dillard was housed with Mark Jensen,
I believe that, so yes.
correct? Okay. And then I think it was your testimony that according to the record on August 17th of 2007, Aaron Dillard was no longer listed as with Mark Jensen in J Block?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm just going to show you that page. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And then just take a look at that.
Yes, 20, yeah. She was showing me the 22:04 time.
So then just to ask you a question off that, that page from August 17th of 2007 appears to reflect a time of 22:04.
Correct.
And so in military time, that's 10:04 p.m.
Correct.
And then in these records that you were shown, it did show that Mark Jensen and David Thompson were together on September 11th of 2007. Is that correct?
I believe that was one of the dates, yes.
So just to be clear about these records and the times I was showing you at the top, is there any reason for you to doubt that that is in military time?
I don't have I can't say that for sure.
And you worked at a law office for years, correct?
Correct.
And then police reports are almost always in military time, correct?
Most of them.
So you would certainly be familiar with that through your work at the law office.
Correct.
And again, the time changes to reflect military time at the top of some of these records, correct?
The time changes to reflect military time?
So the record I showed you showed a time of 22:04.
Correct.
And so the other time being about 6:20, I think it said at the top, you have no reason to believe that at one point the record is not in military time, and then within a day or two it is in military time.
No.
All right, thank you.
Redirect.
Just quickly, Ms. Bly, when you requested those records, you just requested the records of the individuals in those locations between those dates.
Correct.
And that's what the jail certified and sent to you.
Correct.
And the information that you provided is from those documents.
Correct.
Do you have any knowledge about how the jail works
I
as it
do not.
relates to when they do their count?
I do not.
Or when they put the information from the count into the computer?
I do not.
Or when they update the transfers?
I do not.
Thank you.
Anything on that, Ms. McNeil?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're excused, thank you.
Exhibit 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, and 96.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
All right, they're all received.
The defense is going to call Lori Ranker.
What number is it? Thank you. You can remain standing when you come up here, raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the testimony in this matter to be the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You want to get as close as you can to the microphone. Spell your first and last name for the reporter.
Lori, Lori, Ranker, Ranker.
Thank you.
Ms. Ranker, did you previously go by Lori Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there something that changed in your life which changed your last name?
I was married.
And can you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a director of human resources for a nonprofit.
And prior to being a director of resources for a nonprofit, what did you do?
I worked at a law firm.
And what kind of work did you do for the law firm?
I was their law firm administrator.
Are you a lawyer by trade?
I am.
Did you go to law school?
I did.
And what year did you graduate law school?
1990.
Do you know a person by the name of Aaron Dillard?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you first meet Mr. Dillard?
In 2006, I needed work done on my roof, and I contracted with Mr. Dillard to do repairs, roof repairs.
Prior to contracting with Mr. Dillard to do roof repairs, had you met him previous to that?
He was an acquaintance.
Do you remember if you met him on some type of personal site?
I don't recall.
That's fair. And did he, when he, is that on? When he introduced himself to you, was it as Aaron Dillard?
It was.
And you said you contracted with him to do some type of construction work?
Yes, I had a portion of my roof where the decking was, it looked like it was rotting and the shingles were coming off. And I showed it to him and he said, I could fix that. I recommend that you have an entire roof replacement. I've got a crew of guys that are my team and this is what we do. And I could fix that. He was very personable, very knowledgeable, and instilled a lot of confidence in me that he could effectuate the repairs.
Did you contract with him to repair your roof?
I did.
Did you also have a personal relationship with Mr. Dillard?
He was a friend.
And during the time that you contracted with him to do your roof and during the time that you had this friendship, do you have opinion as to the truthfulness and honesty of Aaron Dillard?
I do.
And what is that opinion?
I feel that he was not truthful or honest with me with regards to this project. I ended up being defrauded of.
I'm objecting to this, Judge. She can offer the opinion that is appropriate, but going further than that is not.
Why don't you rephrase the question?
I asked as to what your opinion was as to his truthfulness and honesty.
I did not feel like he was truthful or honest, no.
And was that based upon both the personal and business relationship with Mr. Dillard?
It was based on the business relationship with Mr. Dillard, yes.
Thank you, ma'am. I have nothing further.
We have any questions from the state?
No, I don't. Thank
All
you.
right, You're excused, thank you.
At this point, we are going to play a video. It is 3 minutes.
Is it a witness on the list?
It
or-
is Deborah Teagle Spears, and I don't know the number.
Ms. Teagle Spears will be number 27.
Thank you.
That seemed a bit loud.
Is the jury still here?
Yeah, right. I don't know. Let's just hit play and then we'll see how loud it is.
Spell your last name for the court.
That's better? Or just a little bit further down? I don't know why it's so loud on my computer. Okay.
please state your name and spell your last name for the court?
Deborah Teagle, T-E-G-E-L.
And Ms. Teagle, did you formerly go by the name of Deborah Spears?
Yes, it was my prior name, married name.
You recently married and took the name Teagle.
Yes.
Ms. Teagle, do you know a person named Aaron Dillard?
Yes, I had a brief relationship with him.
Now, how did you meet Mr. Dillard?
I met him out one evening.
And did he introduce himself to you?
He introduced himself as Kyle Resnick to me when we first met.
He told you that his name was Kyle Resnick?
Yes.
And is the person you know, are you able to see this, Ms. Teagle? Is the person you know as Aaron Dillard depicted on here?
Yes.
And where is Mr. Dillard?
He's the first man on the left top.
Right here?
Yes.
And how did you come to know that the person you understood to be Kyle Resnick was Aaron Dillard?
I started borrowing money to Kyle, Aaron, and it just didn't pan out, and I didn't believe, I wasn't believing what he was saying. So I went into his wallet one day because things just didn't seem right, and I got his real name, and I found out his name was Aaron Dillard and got his address and ran a check on him and found out he wasn't such a good person.
So how long did you know Mr. Dillard as Kyle Resnick before you realized his proper name?
About 2 weeks.
And then did you know Mr. Dillard for a while after that period of time?
I tried to stay, once I figured out his name, I tried to stay friendly with him in hopes to return some of my money, recoup some of my money back.
Now, based on your contacts with Mr. Dillard, Ms. Teagle, did you form an opinion as to Mr. Dillard's character for truthfulness?
He has no character, in my words. He's not a very truthful, honest person. He's a con man. He uses people and for what he can get out of them, and that I don't have anything very nice to say about Kyle or Aaron.
Thank you, Ms. Teagle.
No further questions, Your Honor.
And then, Judge, we have one more video to show. and
What
that-
number is the witness?
Frank Quintana.
Thank you.
Same exhibit, item number 3.
And spell your name for.
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to check the volume. I think this is about 11 minutes.
And spell your name for the court, sir.
Frank Quintana, Quintana.
And you're currently in the, well, you're in the Walworth County Jail to appear in this court, but you're currently in the Kenosha County Jail, is that right?
Yes.
At some point, did you meet Mark Jensen?
Yeah, in September.
And was that in the Kenosha County Jail?
Yes, it was.
Do you know what dates you were in the Kenosha County Jail in September?
It was September 7th to the 10th.
And do you recall what cell block you were in at that time?
The J block.
You were in the J block.
Yes.
And did you have occasion to have conversation with Mr. Jensen during the time you were there between September 7th and September 10th?
Yeah, I think I asked if I could use his paper, Kenosha paper.
Just to read the newspaper?
Yeah.
Did you have any more substantial conversation than that you recall?
Not really.
Did you have a chance to observe Mr. Jensen in the cell block during the period of time you were there between September 7th and September 10th?
Yes.
And what did you observe, sir?
A couple guys taking advantage of him.
And when you say you saw a couple of guys taking advantage of Mr. Jensen, could you explain that for me?
Well, there was one guy, I was in cell 3, and then there was 2 guys in cell 4. And the bigger guy, I believe was Thompson, kept pretty much bullying Jensen, asking him to make a bunch of calls for him, 3-way phone calls. And then like Saturday, we have little totes in your room to put your belongings. He threw his in Jensen's room and told him to fill it up with canteen or he's gonna put some blood in his mouth. And he'll be drinking out of a straw or eating out of a straw.
Now, this was Mr. Thompson said this to Mr. Jensen?
Yep.
And well, tell me that last part about the canteen.
Yeah.
What do you mean by canteen?
On Saturdays, you can order, well, you order on Wednesday, you get canteen on Saturdays. And Thompson kept telling Jensen he had 2 minutes to give him his commissary or he's gonna put blood in his mouth and to be eaten out of a straw.
And that's something that you personally heard?
Yeah, I was there.
And do you know how many days after you arrived that you heard this threat?
That was next day. I got there Friday night and Saturday. Canteen came.
So you think around September 8th?
Yeah.
Okay. And is Mr. Thompson depicted on Defendant's Exhibit number 5?
And he's top right-hand corner.
Is this Mr. Thompson?
Yeah.
And did you see Mr. Thompson engaging in intimidation of Mr. Jensen?
From what I seen, yeah. Jensen was scared of him. He kept telling him, thought he was kidding when he asked about his canteen. Jensen went up to Thompson a couple of times and said, "You're not serious, are you?" And he said, "Effing yeah, I am. If you don't do it now, you're gonna get blood in your mouth," and something about eating out of a straw or something like that. And then Thompson threw his little storage container in Jensen's room, and Jensen filled it up and gave it to him.
And what kind of stuff did he fill up the bin with?
From what I see, it was just like chips and candy and stuff like that. And Thompson passed it around to some of his guys in there.
Did Mr. Jensen make any effort to fight back or do anything?
No. He looked scared to me.
And with regard to the phone calls, did it appear that Mr. Jensen was doing that willingly or at the insistence of Mr. Thompson?
Well, I noticed a couple times Thompson was getting mad that Jensen couldn't get through to make them 3-way calls from him. And he kept trying and trying.
And was he engaging in any intimidating tactics?
Well, he kept yelling at him from what I've seen. I mean, the blocks are real small. You have one little table where everybody sits at, so pretty much see what's going on.
Did you make any effort to intervene and assist Mr. Jensen while you were there?
No, I didn't want to catch a case. I didn't want to catch any more trouble. I told the guard when I left Monday that I believe they should get Jensen out of there because he was taking advantage of him.
Now, on Monday, where did you go on Monday?
I went back to STF, the Sturtevant Transitional Facility.
And that's a different prison?
Yeah, probation and parole.
And okay, so you went to a probation and parole hold facility, and when you were taken out, you had some conversation with the guards? Yeah,
I don't remember what guard it was, but I told him I felt that he should get Jensen out of there because taking advantage of him. A couple guys were pretty much, Thompson was the leader of them.
Now, had you become friends with Mr. Jensen?
No, I maybe asked him if I could, I believe I asked if I used the classifieds out of the Kenosha paper, if I could read it. That's about all I talked to him in September.
And why is it that you felt you should say something?
I don't know, because I thought it was BS to get taken advantage, because there's a lot of that going on in that jail. If you can't defend yourself, they're going to take your belongings. That's how it is in there.
Did you see anybody else giving Mr. Jensen a hard time?
I think Sally was kind of egging Thompson on too about going to get some commissary.
Mr. Quintana, well, it appears because you come to us from the jail, you've been convicted of a crime before. Is that right?
Yes.
And how many times?
Probably maybe nine times, maybe more. I don't know for sure.
Okay. And now, did you ever see Mr. Jensen again after September?
I came back to jail in December. We're in I block together.
Did Mr. Jensen remember you?
No, I came up to him again and asked him for the paper because he had the Kenosha newspaper. And I told him that I remembered him back in September when they were taking advantage of him back then. And we talked a little bit, and he asked me if I'd come testify what I seen in September, and I said, that's fine. And nothing to lie about it. I told him exactly what happened.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Quintana. The prosecution may have some questions for you.
Mr. Quintana, did you overhear any specific conversations between Mark Jensen and David Thompson about a problem witness for Mark Jensen?
What? I didn't.
A problem witness for Mark Jensen?
No, what I observed was about the phone calls and Thompson putting his empty tote in there to get Jensen's canteen.
Where was your cell in relation to Mark Jensen's cell?
I was the third cell right next to Thompson's, and Jensen's was the last cell, number 6.
Now, did you ever see Mark Jensen and David Thompson standing or sitting against the back wall and talking among themselves?
I seen him when he gave him his commissary, and I think Thompson came back and tried to get him, I believe he gave him a couple of the bags of chips back or something. I don't know why, but...
So, and listen to the question carefully, please. Did you see David Thompson and Mark Jensen either sitting or standing against the back wall and talking among themselves?
No, I never seen it.
You never saw that happen?
No, I seen them talking by the telephones and by the TV.
Oh, so you did see them talking to each other, but it wasn't by the back wall?
Yeah. Well,
it was by the television set?
Yeah, because Jensen kept asking him if he was serious about 2 minutes to give his canteen to him or not.
But, okay, that was one conversation.
Yeah.
Were there any other conversations that you saw or heard that occurred between David Thompson and Mark Jensen?
Maybe by the phones when he was having Jensen make 3-way calls for him, that's about it.
Now, that conversation that occurred between David Thompson and Mark Jensen about the give me your commissary thing, did that occur earlier on, or was that later in the time that they were staying there?
It was sometime Saturday, I don't know exactly.
Sometime on Saturday?
Yeah.
And you had been in that cell block since Friday?
I think Friday night I got there.
So it was Friday night that you got there, so it was Saturday sometime during the day. It was the first full day that you were there that you saw this conversation. Now, you were there then Sunday and Monday also, correct?
I left Monday morning.
Oh, so you left Monday morning. So you were only there one day after that, and that was Sunday. Now, did you see any conversation that occurred between Mark Jensen and David Thompson on Sunday?
Maybe around the phones. I mean, I stayed in my room, which my room was right across from the phone. So
did you hear what they were talking about on that Sunday?
No, I didn't.
But you did see them talking around the phone?
Yeah. I think it was for 3-way calls because Mark had told him, I heard Mark telling him that he tried to get a hold of whoever and he couldn't get through or something.
Did you ever hear David Thompson and Mark Jensen talking about a witness that was a problem for Mark Jensen?
No, I never heard that.
Did you ever hear the name Ed Klug while you were in that cell block with Mark Jensen?
No.
Did Mark Jensen ever talk to you about his case while you were in that cell block with Mark Jensen?
No.
Did you ever hear Mark Jensen talking to anybody else about his case while you were in that cell block with Mark Jensen?
No, not really, no.
Did you see Mark Jensen reading stuff about his case while he was in that cell block?
I might have seen him going through his papers when I his cell was back by the windows. When maybe I walked by the windows, he might have been going through his court case.
Well, so you did see him doing
Maybe
that?
seen in his cell, I believe I seen him a couple times reading his court case.
Did you ever see him talking to anybody else when he was going through his paperwork?
Not that I seen, no.
Did you ever see him show his paperwork to anybody else while you were in that cell block?
Not while I was there, no.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Nothing further. You may step down, sir. And spell your name.
Judge, we would need a break at this point. We don't have an additional witness here. We have a longer video, but it would take up more.
Wait a minute. Are you moving in 104?
You're not going to call Tom Kaiser?
I'm going to, yes, Judge.
All right.
There's 2 more videos. There's 1 more video on that exhibit,
Oh, I'm sorry then.
but it's a longer video, so I don't think.
We have a legal issue that we still have to discuss, so we're going to do that now, so then we don't delay you at 8:30 in the morning.
So we're releasing the jury?
They are released. Please don't talk about the case. Come back at 8:30. They can be released. The jury is outside of the courtroom. We, I believe, have a motion by the defense that was made before the testimony started for the defense. So you can make your motion, Ms. Krause.
Judge, at the,
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Perry.
it's fine. She's the one who said there's a motion.
I'm swear to God, she said the motion, so.
You're right.
All right, are you going to make the motion
I
now?
am, yeah.
All right.
This is at the conclusion of the state's case. The defense moves to dismiss insufficient evidence, insufficient credible evidence pointing towards establishing that Mark Jensen committed first-degree intentional homicide.
All right, I am going to quote as to what the motion is. It's a motion to dismiss at close of the state's case. It says, motion must be denied if, considering the state's evidence in the most favorable light, the evidence adduced, believed, or rationally considered is sufficient to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. So I have to give the state the most favorable light here. And I do have, for the record, 3 notepads already full. We had 38 witnesses for the state. And we will start out with the first witness in this case was Ruth Vorval, V-O-R-V-A-L-D.
Vorwald, Your Honor, Vorwald.
Thank you. She knew Julie Jensen. She indicated on December 3rd, 1998, she was driving north. She saw Mark Jensen on that day on Lake Shore Drive. Mark waved. It was in the middle of the morning, and she thought it was kind of unusual because Mark worked in Racine. We had Sharon Krause. She testified. She saw Mark on December 3rd, 1998. indicated that Mark said to her that Julie was gone, showed no emotions. We then had Teresa DeFazio, who testified under oath. She indicated, Julie said, I cannot use the computer. She would show up every Wednesday to help at the school. There was a statement that Julie made that my husband is going to kill me. She also indicated she told Ms. DeFazio she found a list of drugs, issues of overdose. She also indicated that her husband, Mark, was on the computer off and on, looking up areas. She also indicated, she said that Mark would make it look like a suicide. Carrie Ashley indicated she called Julie December 2nd, 1998. Mark Jensen answered. Mark said Julie was sick in bed. She also indicated she saw Julie's items in the garbage. She also indicated she saw Kelly Labonte in the house within a month. Eric Shore, the young man, testified in December of 1998. He heard David Jensen, the older boy, indicate information about his mother's health, indicated he was very concerned, said his mother was sick. She had heavy breathing. For the record, we talked about the actual breathing that was being mentioned under oath, and that his dad would not take her to the hospital. He also indicated he observed Kelly Labonte in the residence within a very short period of time. Laura Shore, that is the mother of Eric, indicated that she had information that Julie was sick. Angelina Martinelli indicated Julie was an excellent mother. She had the younger Jensen boy in preschool. Joseph Mangi, who at that time was the principal of Bradford High School. Julie applied for a job there, sent the resume. They were going to hire her, and sometime December 1st or 2nd, he called Julie to tell her that she was going to be accepted for the job, and a male answered, and he said that that was Mark Jensen, and the statement by Mark Jensen was, Julie's asleep. She'll be asleep for a long time, and there was a laugh. Kimberly Noble, she indicated that Julie was a happy person. She was a good mother. We had Exhibit 9. It was a tape of Thaddeus Wojcik, W-O-J-T. He talked about conversations that he had with Julie. She was very upset over things regarding the children. And one of the highlighted items I have as to his testimony, he said Mark, meaning Mr. Jensen, was chasing Julie around with a glass of wine, and there was a syringe on the nightstand. She also indicated that this is Julie, that Mark was looking at porn sites when the door was halfway open or closed. Dr. Chambliss, Michael Chambliss, who was an expert, been in the field for 38 years, forensic pathology, indicated the autopsy that was performed, the exhibit was moved into evidence. He talked about the issue of the head on the pillow. That was an issue for him. He talked about ethanol, glycol poisoning, the suffocation issue, and under oath, Dr. Chambliss said homicide as to Mark Jensen. Poisoning was a contributing factor. Edward Klug worked with Mr. Jensen. He was at this conference in St. Louis at the hotel November 6th, November 7th, 1998. Conversation after a banquet, a night of drinking. They're at the hotel, and Mark Jensen is telling Mr. Klug about poisoning his wife, going to websites, and trying to make it that it was not detectable in a normal autopsy. He would put it in her drinks, and that conversation Mr. Klug talked about. We also had records of phone bills of Mr. Klug calling his wife at that time, right after that. Mr. Klug also told, under testimony, he told Ron Reck, W-C-R-U-K, I believe. We had David Naring talk, a broker who had worked with Mr. Jensen, talked about the conversation again with Ed Klug. Mr. Naring also talked about the alcohol drinking that Friday at St. Louis that he saw. We had notes from Ed Klug. We had the tape of Ron Cosman, who was the original police officer in the case, as to the harassments. He talked about 20 photos that he was given by Julie. He talked about the porno photos. He talked about this extensive calendar that Julie had, all her activities that she had marked. Notes from Julie as to what she was doing. Had some information about purchasing property in November of 1998. There was something also when Officer Cosman testified, and the note that I have is that Mark Jensen said, Klug is stupid. Also, there's a note that Mark Jensen said that Julie was crying about a miscarriage. She locks herself in the bedroom. Mr. Cosman also continued to talk about the suspicious activity that was being reported at the Jensen home in 1992 through 1996, the phone calls, the harassment. Talked about the pictures of the porno pictures of the sexual information. David Naring testified, and Mr. Naring said that he's known Mr. Jensen since 1991. He indicated that Mark Jensen had a personal relationship, a romantic interest with Kelly Labonte. He also indicated divorce had come up and Julie was having some issues. He indicated Mark Jensen was looking for drug interactions on the computer at work. There was a conversation between Mr. Jensen and Mr. Naring whether Kelly should be at the wake, when she should move in, that is Kelly Labonte. Rosemary McNinnis, she worked in the office in Racine at work in summer of 1998. Mark Jensen was the branch manager. She said there were no harassing phone calls that were coming in. The brokers did not open up their own mail. Kelly Labonte Brooks, she married Mr. Jensen in February of 19. She married Mr. Jensen, but the relationship, she said, started prior to that. She met Mr. Jensen April 1998. The summer, Ms. Brooks, also known as Kelly Labonte, was engaged to her boyfriend. She developed a romantic relationship with Mr. Jensen September of 1998. We had numerous email messages between Mark Jensen and Kelly Labonte that start in September. And I would indicate a lot of those email messages are flirtation issues as to some sort of romantic relationship. There's no other explanation from all those emails. They used to have letter codes that they used. I want you, I love you, I miss you, on basically every email. And this starts in September 1998, prior to the death of Julie Jensen. David Wilkinson, he's the one that was called to the scene. He indicated he came about 4:32 p.m. to the Jensen residence. Julie was already dead on arrival. EKG was performed, nothing. The phone was off the hook. He looked at the photos of the deceased. He said he was dispatched 4:32 p.m. He arrived 4:35 p.m. at the house. Paul Rasberg, who was, before he retired, was a lieutenant, but he was sergeant of the detectives of Pleasant Prairie at the time in December of 1998. He responded to the Jensen home at 4:30 on December 3rd. He had the video that we saw of the house. He showed that. He had the consent of Mr. Jensen to search. He took the home computer into custody. He recovered the computer and the hard drive. He indicated he gave that to the crime lab December 13th, 1998. He also indicated that he recovered some sort of cigar box from the Jensen home also that items were in. He found the daily planner of Julie. It was received into evidence. The last entry of the daily planner is August 19th, 1998. He had photos of the crime scene. And he did the interview of Mr. Jensen that was recorded, that we watched. There's also a transcript of it. And what's interesting about that interview, he's asking Mr. Jensen about his relationship to Kelly Labonte. And the exact answer that Mr. Jensen said, Kelly is just a friend. That's it. He doesn't say, I've been having sex with her, she's my lover. We've been having a relationship. He also tells Detective Rasberg, Julie did not get out of bed December 3rd, 1998. He also said Julie was in a serious condition. He also indicated I did not call a doctor. They seized the computer. They went, Lieutenant Rasberg also indicated they drove to St. Louis and they got the work computer. They dropped it off at the Department of Justice. So they got the personal computer, they go work computer from Racine. They also got the computer from regarding Kelly Labonte. They also have information, and this is Lieutenant Rasberg indicated that they have evidence of Julie's voice, and it sounded drunk. We had also information as to the searches on the computer, and that is the home computer. That is Jason Ruff, R-U-F-F. Division of Criminal Investigation for the state of Wisconsin. He was qualified as an expert digital evidence. Indicated the search at that time was on Yahoo. And they have searches that were done on this home computer from the Jensen residence as to, in October 12, 1998, O'Hare Marriott website, somebody searching Morton's Steakhouse, downtown Chicago. And Kelly Labonte testified, that's where we were going to go in Chicago, Morton's Steakhouse, downtown Chicago. Searches for cruises. We got telephone records of Kelly Labonte and Mr. Jensen talking about, hey, maybe we're going to go somewhere else. Maybe we should take a cruise. There's searches of botulism, food poisoning, and they're all at very strange times. They're not during the day. 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 5 a.m. or whatever. They're all searches during the early mornings of the hour. There's searches for nicotine, searches for toxic alcohol, medicine, ethanol, glycol, poisoning, medication, overdoses, poison websites, antifreeze. Even on December 2nd, the day before the death of Julie Jensen, 9:30 p.m., there's a search for antifreeze. There's a search for, on December 2nd, alcohol consumption, rapid breathing, blood pressure issues. There's searches December 3rd, 1998, antifreeze poisoning, information as to shock, cardiac shock. 9:40 a.m., December 3rd, 1998. Searches for poisoning. Videos were watched. It's the home computer found in the Jensen residence. Meredith Perez, she worked at the office in Racine. She said there's no harassing phone calls, there's nobody hanging up, there's no swearing, there's no porno pictures coming in. Stacy Bauer talked about conference in St. Louis. Talked about the information that Ed Klug talked about. And she's the one that said, oh my God, he killed her. Joseph Crivasi, C-R-I-F-A-S-I. Took the lab samples, blood tests. The antifreeze, or the ethanol glycol, is in Julie's blood. Perry Tarika. He's the individual that had the affair with Julie Jensen. He denied sending harassing pictures, making the phone calls. He also indicated that Julie is one of the nicest people he ever met. We call back Jason Ruff again, the computer expert. Talked about the searches again. We had a video of Joan Scully. She worked with Mark Jensen. Again, she indicated, I didn't find any porno photos, nothing received at work. Marion Passetti, she was part of the book club. She saw Mark the day that Julie Jensen died. Mark Jensen told her he could not get his wife to the hospital. Said she had a bad reaction to medication. Never said anything about depression to her. Aaron Dillard. Obviously, there's a dispute as to his credibility, but he's testified as to what Mr. Jensen told him while they were in custody. Talked about Ed Klug testimony. Ann Lynch, a teacher, she knew Julie Jensen. She worried about Douglas having to go full-time in the fall. This is late 1998. She indicated the marriage was in trouble. Paul Griffin, Julie's brother. Talked about the family, the relationship he had with Julie. But we also have a recorded statement from Paul Griffin to Mark Jensen. And Mr. Jensen, in that recorded statement, he didn't know he was being recorded. Gives some different explanations as to what happened to Julie the last days. Said Julie was sick. She was taking medications. Mr. Griffin also indicated that he went to, which would be his nephew's birthday party, David, who was a young boy in 1999, January 21st. Kelly Labonte was there. This is, what, 3 weeks after the death of Julie Jensen? And Mark introduced her as a friend from work. And what did Mr. Griffin say? Kelly Labonte looked like she knew where everything was in the house. Very familiar with the house. David Thompson, interesting character. He's the one that agreed to kidnap Mr. Klug. And then when I was listening to him, I'm thinking, well, he's got prior convictions. We're not going to dispute that. But after his credibility was attacked, I was surprised to see what he does today. pretty successful individual. Turned his life around. There's no dispute as to that. And we got these phone records where we got Mr. Jensen and Mr. Thompson and Mr. Thompson's ex-wife or his mother of his child talking about money being transferred, 500, 575, another 500. We also have Mr. Jensen on some of the phone calls to his mother talking about people sitting on other people. He was talking about his kids doing it, and that's kind of where he was going in those conversations, and he was dancing all the way around, but he was talking about somebody being sat on and something being taken care of, and that's why he needs the money. And then we also go back to the telephone conversation that he had with Kelly Labonte, where he's asking, hey, I need some money. And unbelievable, it's $500. And I need to get it to my parents. And I can't tell you what it's for, but I'll tell you later. So Mr. Jensen's talking about Ed Klug and the sitting and this kidnapping with Mr. Thompson, his wife, and his mother. And they're all recorded. David Ellis, obviously very limited information. He was the investigator that the Jensens had hired, but they canceled it. Gretchen Rosecki, the attorney for Mr. Dillard, talked about the letter that she sent regarding her client. Dr. Mary Mainland, the medical examiner for Kenosha County. She retired November 2020. Pretty impressive resume. She was the medical examiner in February 2005, left in 2008, went to Tampa, Florida. She's done 4,000 autopsies. She didn't perform this autopsy, but she reviewed numerous records, and both sides grilled her of what she reviewed, whether it was a medical record, a police report, photos, autopsy, transcripts. She talked about what her opinion is, and she was pretty clear, even after the cross that Mr. Perry did. She was pretty solid in her opinion. She talked about the phases of poisoning and how they would start, whether it's December 1st, 2nd of 1998, continuing, and what she saw in all the information that she had. She indicated Julie Jensen had 2 doses of this poisoning. It caused her death, and the manner of death is homicide. She talked to bruising on the body. So she was pretty adamant. So I got 2 experts say homicide. I got lots of witnesses that put Mr. Jensen in not a good position. So I think the evidence considered most likely in the state's light, there's sufficient evidence here to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt at this point, so the motion is denied. Okay.
Judge, I have one more issue. We have a transcript from Marvin Oakler that we're going to play.
Is he a witness?
He is a witness.
All right, what number is he?
Oh, man, I took that all down already.
Marvin Oakler.
O-E.
Thank you. It says deceased transcript.
Yes, so we have generally agreed on all parts that should or should not be played, except for as it relates to him. The prosecution doesn't want us to play the part where Marvin Oakler talks about the Griffins. I have no objection to that. I'll make sure that that's taken out. But they also object to Marvin Oakler talking about his experience as a pastor at funerals. I think that's fair game based upon all the testimony of the prosecution's witnesses about Mr. Jensen's behavior at the funeral.
How long is the portion about the pastor talking about funerals?
Maybe 2 minutes.
I'm going to let it in. It's been an issue brought up by the state's witnesses, that Mr. Jensen did not look like he was grieving. There's numerous witnesses. So it's 2 minutes. We'll let it in. And you're not going to play the portion.
That they object to as to the Jensen family? No, I don't have any issue of getting that redacted.
When do you plan to play your videos tomorrow?
Because we have 2 doctors testifying in the morning, not experts, but doctors, the afternoon.
All right.
So I would just request that the defense send me the new transcript of what it should look like, and then I can follow along with that.
Do you have a transcript typed up of the video?
I have his prepared transcript, and then I will get the video prepared. I didn't prepare it because we had to resolve this issue.
We've just been highlighting the transcript, and that's completely sufficient. I just want to be able to follow along.
Get her the transcript. Which doctors are you going to have tomorrow?
The plan is to have Dr. Paul DeFazio and then Dr. Richard Borman
All right, let me,
in the morning.
in the morning. Are they going to take up all of the morning, or are we going to go in the afternoon with them?
I'm hoping it's just the morning,
Okay,
but we'll see.
all right. Okay, anything else from the state?
No, Your Honor.
Anything else from the defense?
No,
All right,
thank you.
the jury has left, right? They're gone? Okay. See you tomorrow, 8:30. We'll give the defendant a call.